Chapter 981. Noah really wasn't very familiar with the Academy City. Originally, as students who had studied in Alicia Elven Academy for quite some time, Claire and Lindley should be more familiar with the Academy City than Noah and should be leading the way for Noah. However, they didn't know if it was because something special had happened today, but the streets were unusually lively, causing the number of male passers-by to increase exponentially. This made the two young ladies completely flustered and unable to control themselves. With no other choice, Noah could only hold Claire in Lindley's hands and have Aster walk in front of him so that they wouldn't get separated. He quickly found a restaurant and brought the two young ladies and an elven girl inside. Perhaps it was because there really was a special event today. Undoubtedly, there were so many people on the streets, but there were very few people in the restaurant. This allowed Claire and Lindley to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Why are there so many people today? After finding a seat and sitting down, Claire immediately voiced her dissatisfaction. Could it be that there really is an event today? I haven't heard of it at all. Lindley sighed. Normally, Carol would definitely know something at this time. Unfortunately, she's not here today. All right, Noah finally remembered and asked curiously, "Why isn't Carol by your side today?" In Alicia Elven Academy, the students were basically all young ladies from famous families. Even those students didn't have a maid by their side, but Lindley had a maid by her side. This proved that Lindley's family background was illustrious, and also proved that the maid wouldn't easily leave her master's side. In fact, Noah hadn't seen Lindley by herself before. She usually brought Carol along. Could it be that Carol wasn't by Lindley's side because she had to participate in the team competition today? While Noah was making all kinds of guesses in his heart, Lindley gave such an answer. Carol usually sleeps in the morning. If I don't wake her up, she'll sleep until night. Because there's a team competition today, I didn't wake her up. She's probably still sleeping, right? Noah was speechless. That maid not only needed her master to cook for her 3 meals, otherwise she would starve to death, but she also needed her master to wake her up. She felt that she was really a useless maid in all aspects. However, Carol's translation ability was truly amazing. Even when Lindsay Lay was being arrogant, she could clearly say what she was thinking without missing a single word. From a certain point of view, this could be considered an incredible skill, right? After getting an answer, Noah pulled out a seat and sat down. As if waiting for Noah, after Noah sat down, Aster, who had been obediently following beside Noah, quietly pulled out a seat and sat on it. She had to admit that Aster was really cute. Not only was her appearance frighteningly cute, but even her actions revealed a sense of cuteness. However, Aster was expressionless the whole time. Coupled with his cute little actions, he was really cute. Noah couldn't help but reach out his hand and rub Aster's head. Although Aster's face was still expressionless after being touched by Noah, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face as she spoke, as if she was throwing a tantrum. "Master, please don't be like this. Sorry, it's because Aster is too cute." Noah smiled teasingly. "What? Could it be that Aster hates this? Please don't tease me." Aster was a little bashful. That look made this cute elf girl even more adorable. Thus, Noah touched her even more happily. Although Aster said that, she didn't reject Noah's touch. Obviously, she didn't dislike Noah's intimacy. This made Claire and Lay cast indignant gazes at Noah. "It feels like you really love Aster. Undoubtedly, you weren't this gentle even when you were with us." Noah's hand movements paused slightly as he spoke helplessly. "Who said that? Didn't I hold your hands just now because I was afraid you would get lost?" Claire and Lay's charming faces turned red again as they turned their heads away at the same time. That's because we were afraid of getting lost. We didn't want to hold hands with you." That's right. Fine. Noah rolled his eyes. "You could do whatever you want, right?" What should he say? Noah should be used to interacting with these pure and innocent young ladies, right? Although it was just holding hands, and they had such a big reaction, he couldn't help but complain about it. That being said, we came here to get to know each other, right? Claire coughed dryly and glared at Noah. "But what should we do exactly?" "Yeah?" Lynn Siley twirled her hair with her fingers, looking nonchalant. Getting to know each other isn't something that can be done in one go, right? You have to let me know about you first. Noah supported his face with his hand and swept his gaze over Claire and Lindsay Lay. To be honest, I don't know anything about you two. I only know that you two have high elves as contract partners and are young ladies of famous families. Apart from that, I don't know anything else. No way. Lindsay Lay was startled and said with some uncertainty, "Don't tell me you don't even know the surname Lorenfrost? Before I came to Alicia Elven Academy, I didn't even know the strongest sword dancer and strongest elven envoy who were famous throughout the continent." Noah looked at Lindsay Lay with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Do you think it's possible for me to know Lorenfrost? No. Did you come from some countryside?" Lindsay Lay was a bit angry. "You don't even know the famous Lorenfrost family? That's unbelievable." All right. At least I know that they are an incredible noble." Noah waved his hand and said perfunctorily before looking at Claire, "What about you? Which incredible noble family did you come from?" At this moment, Noah clearly felt it. The atmosphere had become strange. The anger on Lindsay Lay's face faded completely and became a bit heavy. On the other hand, Claire lowered her head, her face full of malice, making the atmosphere even more solemn. Seeing Claire and Lindsay Lay's behavior, Noah couldn't help but think of the disgust the elves gave Claire during the team competition in the morning. Noah's intuition told him that this matter didn't seem to be that simple. "What's wrong?" Noah frowned. "Did I ask something I shouldn't have?" This. Lindsay Lay stuttered. I think it's better if we talk about other issues." "That's enough, Lindley." Claire interrupted Lindley's words and raised her head to look straight at Noah. "Anyway, you'll know about this matter sooner or later, so I might as well tell you." Saying this, Claire reached into the collar of her uniform and took out a small necklace with a silver lock. It was a necklace with a gem shining with red light in the middle. A coat of arms was carved in the gem. It was a coat of arms with the head of a flaming lion roaring at the sky. Looking at this necklace, Noah asked in confusion, "Is there anything strange about this necklace?" You really don't know anything?" Claire glared at Noah and then sighed and said in a low voice, "This is the coat of arms of the Duke Elstian family." Elstian? Noah was confused at first, but suddenly realized something after a while. Noah thought of a person he had talked about with Gray and Vaz in the dean's office yesterday. Rubia Elstian. She betrayed the Fire Elf King and stole the strongest flame elf from the Elf King's temple, the Elf of Calamity. "You," Noah said in shock. "You're not from the Elstian family, are you?" "That's right." Claire lowered her head and said, "The elf concubine of Calamity, Rubia Elstian, is my sister." Now Noah understood everything. Chapter 982. The Elf Concubine of Calamity. The citizens of the Audisia Empire gave this title to the elf concubine who betrayed the Fire Elf King. Rather than calling it a title, it was more like a curse. Lubia had betrayed the Elf King of Fire and caused the Elf King of Fire to be enraged. The Elf King of Fire had sent down heavenly fire and almost burned the entire territory of the kingdom of Audisia to ashes. The citizens of the kingdom of Audisia, who had endured the disaster for an entire year, only had hatred and curses in their hearts. Because of this, the Elstian family of the Fire Elf concubine Lubia was stripped of their title and territory. Even Lubia's parents, the current Duke and Duchess of the Elstian family, were thrown into prison, never to be released for the rest of their lives. And Claire was actually a member of Duke Elstian's family, and the elf concubine of Calamity was Claire's biological sister? Didn't that mean that Claire was the second miss of the Duke's family that had fallen overnight? Duke Elstian's family has long since declined. My parents were also sent to prison because of my sister's matter. Only I was spared from punishment. Claire tightly gripped the necklace engraved with the Elstian family's coat of arms as she spoke self-deprecatingly. If it wasn't for the fact that I was still young at the time and the dean had done a lot of work, I would definitely have been thrown into prison like my family. As the strongest elf envoy on the continent, Grey Vath had not only won the Elven Sword Dance Festival 24 years ago, she had also made great contributions in the Lambard War that had swept through the entire continent. In addition, Grey Vath had once been the leader of the 12 Knights. In the Audisia Empire, this witch's words carried a lot of weight. Of course, no matter how much weight Grey Vath had, she couldn't protect the entire Elstian family. The only thing Grey Vath could do was protect the young Claire and introduce her to the Elven Academy. It's all thanks to the Dean that I had the chance to participate in this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival. Claire's eyes were filled with determination. If I can obtain victory in the Elven Sword Dance Festival and allow the Kingdom of Osea to receive the protection of the Elven King, then I can make up for my mistakes. Even if I can't restore the house of Duke Elstian to its former glory, my parents can still be released from prison. For this, I need great power. Claire wanted a fairy that wouldn't lose to anyone, just to obtain power. On the other hand, Claire only wanted power in order to win the Elven Sword Dance Festival. For his parents, for the sake of his family. Also, Claire bit her lips slightly, her eyes becoming uncertain. I also want to know why my sister betrayed the Elf King. The Elven envoy who won the Elven Sword Dance Festival could ask the Elven King to fulfill a wish for them. In order to find out the truth behind her sister's betrayal, Claire needed that wish. Noah also understood why the elves had looked at Claire with such disgust in the morning. It was only because Claire was the sister of the elf concubine of Calamity. It was only because Claire's family had brought them a great disaster. That was all. Therefore, there wasn't a single person in the Kingdom of Osea who didn't hate the elf concubine of Calamity. Naturally, there wasn't a single person in the Kingdom of Osea who had a good impression of the elf concubine of Calamity. All right, already know my identity. Claire put away the necklace and turned her head away. If you want to kick me out of the team, you better do it now. Claire. Lindsley opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but when she saw Claire's expression of wanting to cry, but forcefully holding it in, she didn't know what to say. The eldest daughter of the Lorenfrost family always seemed to be at odds with Claire and often argued with her, but Noah could see that Lindsley actually cared a lot about Claire. Otherwise, if she really didn't have a good relationship with Claire, Lindsley wouldn't have agreed to join Noah's team. No matter what, these two were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, weren't they? How could their relationship really be bad? Seeing Claire's nervous expression as if she was waiting for a trial, Noah couldn't help but laugh. Since it's like this, Noah smiled indifferently. Then let's make a decision. Claire's delicate body trembled slightly, and she even closed her eyes. Obviously, this girl was actually very afraid that Noah would kick her out of the team. After all, as the younger sister of the elf concubine of Calamity, if she was kicked out of the team by Noah, there might really be no one in the Elven Academy who would team up with her. At that time, Claire, who couldn't gather 5 teammates, would naturally miss the opportunity to perform the Elven Sword Dance, and her biggest wish would be completely crushed. Wait. Lindsley finally couldn't help but speak. I think, however, before Lindsley could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Noah. Although I'm the team leader of this team, I've never thought of being a dictator. Naturally, I'll have to listen to the opinions of the team members when it comes to retrenchment, Noah coughed deliberately and said with a straight face. Let's start voting now. Regarding the matter of kicking Claire out of the team, feel free to raise any ideas. As soon as he said this, Claire immediately froze. Lindsley was also startled, but immediately reacted. She also coughed, crossed her arms, and said insincerely, Ma, although I personally feel that it's a bit inappropriate to be in the same team as a strong opponent like Claire, in terms of strength, this Firecat is still a bit strong. If she stays, our chances of winning will be a bit higher. In other words, Lindsley is in favor of Claire staying? Noah nodded, as if he had taken an opinion, then looked at Aster. Aster, what do you think? Hearing Noah's question, Aster, who was swinging his little feet in boredom, stopped his movements, raised his head, and glanced at Claire. That Firecat spirit is a very powerful spirit. If it's here, it'll be of help to Master. Does Aster also approve of Claire staying? Noah suddenly laughed. Then 2 votes in favor of Claire staying. Even if I were to oppose, it wouldn't matter, right? Only now did Claire react. You, as if she didn't want others to see her disappointing side. Claire patted her cheeks and lightly snorted. You should be glad that I'm here. As long as Scarlet and I are here, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it won't be a problem. Seeing Claire's stubborn appearance, Noah and Lindsley looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Don't laugh. Claire's pretty face reddened, and she said to Noah in embarrassment and anger, Speaking of which, you keep talking about us. Why don't you talk about yourself? Me? Noah blinked. I come from the countryside where I don't know anything. Even like that, you want to know about me? That's why I want to know about you. Lindsley said angrily. I want to know what kind of place the countryside is that even the Lorne Frost family doesn't know about. That's right. Claire nodded repeatedly. You don't even know about the strongest sword dancer and the strongest spirit user. Where did you come from? I also want to know about Master. Aster also looked at Noah in a rare manner. Please tell me. Okay, Noah rubbed his temples. I grew up in a guild. Just like that, Noah began to tell Claire, Lindsley, and Aster about himself. Of course, Noah didn't say anything that wasn't convenient to say. He only said that he came from another continent overseas. Moreover, he changed his archmage to a spirit user and told them a story that was 90% true and 10% false. Sunlight shone down from the sky, enveloping an open-air balcony. On the balcony, there was a pure white round table. On the side of the table, a young girl was drinking black tea while holding a report. Written on the report was the information on the sword dance duel between Noah and Lotus. He actually performed the same sword dance as the strongest sword dancer, and his skill and power aren't below her. The young girl's eyes flashed, and not long after, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. My chance, perhaps, has come. Chapter 983. In a vast open space in the forest, withered yellow leaves covered the ground in a thick layer, like a yellow carpet. 5 elven users wearing the uniform of the Alesia Elven Academy were standing back to back in a small circle. Their hands were tightly gripping the magic devices transformed from elves, and their faces were filled with nervousness. Come out. Among them, one was clearly the captain. She had long hair that reached her waist, and her eyes were like torches as she scanned the surrounding forest. I know you're here. Hurry up and come out. Just as the long-haired elven user's voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from the thicket in front of them. In his hand was a silver holy sword. He was wearing the male uniform of the Alesia Elven Academy. Noah casually walked out of the woods. He looked at the 5 elf users who were standing in a small circle in front of him and smiled faintly. As expected of a team formed by senior students. Not only are all of you able to activate your magic devices, but you're also able to quickly discover me hiding in the surroundings. Of course, it's also because I didn't intentionally hide myself. You finally appeared? A male elven user. The long-haired elven user slowly took a step forward, and a phosphorescent divine power gushed out from his body. At the same time, the long-haired elven user waved his hand, and the other 4 elven users immediately surrounded their captain in a seemingly casual but actually quite ingenious formation. They were able to deal with attacks from all directions at any time. The elven magic devices in their hands were pointed at Noah, and their eyes were filled with hostility. When this formation was formed, the long-haired elven user's confidence seemed to have skyrocketed. He raised his head and said to Noah proudly, No matter how strong you are, there are 5 of us here. Don't tell me you want to fight all 5 of us by yourself. Fight all 5 of us by myself. Noah looked at the long-haired elven user's proud appearance, and a trace of a smile flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Actually, it's not impossible. Arrogant fellow. The long-haired elven user's face stiffened, and his voice became harsh. If that's the case, then don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 companions of the long-haired elf ambassador seemed to have received some kind of order. They simultaneously gripped their elven devices and rushed out. The phosphorescent divine might surging around them was channeled into the elven devices in their hands. With a deep sonic boom that tore through the air, they ferociously attacked Noah at the same time. The 4 of them each occupied the 4 positions in front of Noah. Unless Noah retreated, He could only choose to endure the combined attacks of the four of them. As for the leader, the long-haired elf, he began to chant an elf magic incantation. Once Noah retreated, the long-haired elven envoy, eyeing him covetously from behind, would immediately activate elven magic, causing Noah, who was unable to defend himself while dodging the combined attack of the four elven envoys, to suffer a vicious blow. Unfortunately, the elven envoy didn't know that Noah didn't need to guard against elven magic at all due to his incantation resistance. However, Noah didn't choose to retreat either. He ignored the incoming attacks of the four elven envoys, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the long-haired elven envoy behind him. On the holy sword in his hand, a gentle radiance revolved around the blade. Just as the elven device, which contained a powerful divine might energy, was about to hit Noah, an accident occurred. In the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind breaking, a whip carrying scorching flames fell from the sky and smashed in front of Noah and the four elven envoys who were about to pounce on Noah. Bang! As the long whip carrying scorching flames ferociously struck the ground, a burst of violent flames rose from the place where the long whip hit without the slightest warning. It set off a flame vortex and spread out, completely burning the thick carpet of withered leaves on the ground. Ah! The four elven envoys who were charging towards Noah were struck by the flame vortex that rose from the ground, and all of them were shaken back as if they were blown away by a gust of wind. What? The long-haired elven envoy was shocked. On a tree not far away, Claire, who was tightly grasping the long whip of flames, revealed a victorious smile at the long-haired elven envoy. Beside her, Lindsay lay, whose whole body was fluctuating with a cold mist, held a longbow that looked like it was cast from beautiful ice crystals, and the bowstring was fully drawn. Cold ice fong pierced through the enemy. The incantation written in elven language reverberated in the air, causing the cold mist fluctuating around Lindsay lay to condense on her elven device, turning into four ice arrows aimed at the four elven envoys who were blown away by the gust of wind. Not good. The long-haired elven envoy's expression finally changed greatly. However, it was already too late to react. Whoosh! In the next instant, four ice arrows swept out from the air in unison, stirring up a neat and sharp sound of wind. They turned into streaks of light and cut through the air, landing on the chests of the four elven envoys with extreme precision. Poochie! Without any suspense, the four ice arrows directly pierced through the chests of the four elven envoys, causing them to let out a muffled groan. Their bodies were nailed to the ground by the four ice arrows, and their heads tilted to one side as they fainted. The instant the four elven ambassadors' bodies were pierced by the ice arrows and nailed to the ground, a black shadow flashed out from the rapidly rising vortex of flames. Like a ghost, it appeared in front of the long-haired elven ambassador, whose expression had greatly changed, and suddenly smiled at the long-haired elven ambassador. Although it's not impossible for one to face five, it's a pity that if I take away the opportunity of those prideful young ladies to perform, I'll be blamed to death. After saying this, Noah's arm shook, and the silver holy sword wrapped in a gentle light pierced through the air, piercing through the chest of the long-haired elven envoy. This way, we'll have 3 consecutive victories in the team competition. In the hallway of the academy, Claire said as she walked forward, a trace of uncontrollable joy in her eyes. If we continue to maintain this, we'll definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3 before the Elven Sword Dance Festival and qualify for the competition. Ever since the heart-to-heart talk in the Academy City a week ago, coupled with Noah's deliberate nurturing, Noah, Claire, and Linslay's team awareness and teamwork had improved manyfold. Now, Noah didn't need to use much of his strength at all. He only needed to use strength similar to ordinary elven envoys to cooperate with Claire and Linslay. Even the top 10 teams of the Elven Academy wouldn't have a hard time winning. After all, although Claire and Linslay were both lower grade students, their grades and strength weren't inferior to the upper grade students, and even surpassed them. Moreover, Their contracted elves were high-grade elves that ordinary elven envoys couldn't have. Their strength could be imagined. To be honest, Noah hadn't thought that Claire and Linslay's strength would be stronger than the majority of the upper-grade students. Previously, the only reason he'd invited Claire and Linsley to join the team was because these two young ladies had interacted with Noah before. Now, Noah knew that he'd found a treasure. As long as they were properly nurtured, Claire and Linsley would definitely become outstanding elven envoys that could be put on the stage. It was the same even in the Fairy Sword Dance Festival, which was said to be the largest scale. If this situation continued, attending the Elven Sword Dance Festival was only a matter of time. Now, what we need to worry about is no longer the ranking, but the problem of teammates. Noah shrugged. Even if we can squeeze into the top 3, if we can't gather 5 teammates, we still won't be able to attend the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Allah, you don't have to worry about this at all. Linsley smiled sweetly. As long as we can squeeze into the top 3, there will be plenty of people who will want to join our team. As they chatted and laughed, the group arrived in front of a bulletin board. Chapter 984. At this moment, there were quite a few students gathered around the bulletin board in front of the corridor. However, when they saw Noah, Claire, and Lindley walking over, the students immediately scattered like insects, slipping to the side. Upon closer inspection, some of these students were looking at Noah with curiosity and fear, while others were looking at Claire with disgust and hatred. Even Lindley was frowned upon by some of the students, their expressions extremely obvious. The students who looked at Noah with curiosity and fear were because Noah was a male elf. The students who looked at Claire with disgust and hatred were naturally because Claire was the younger sister of the elven princess of Calamity. As for Lindley, there didn't seem to be any problems on the surface, but this young miss was also a student of the Crow class with many problematic children. It was only natural that she would be treated differently by the students who thought themselves to be honest. Thinking about it this way, Noah's team really was full of problematic people. Even though these problems were not caused by them, it was true that these problems were not caused by them. After staying in Alicia Elven Academy for almost a month, Noah was already used to the gazes of others. Don't be fooled by the fact that the students kept a respectful distance from Noah. In fact, there were also bold witches who were curious about Noah because he was a male elf. At least, ever since he started participating in the Academy's group matches and appeared in the sights of the students, Noah would occasionally find pink envelopes filled with letters and strange gifts and snacks in places he passed by. Many times, Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Noah was used to it, not to mention Claire and Lindley, who had been in the Academy for a longer time. At that moment, the 3 of them arrived in front of the bulletin board under the gazes of others, as if nothing had happened. On the bulletin board set up on the walls of the corridor, there were many things that the students needed to pay attention to. For example, important matters and notices related to the Elven Sword Dance Festival. For example, the date of the group match arranged by the Academy and the name list of both sides. Another example was that the Academy's rankings were also set up here for the students to find their own rankings. In addition, there were pieces of parchment pasted on the bulletin board. On those parchments, there was a list of missions arranged according to the difficulty of the missions. Students were not only able to obtain ranking points by winning the team competition, but they could also accept missions from the Academy and complete the corresponding missions to obtain ranking points. Most of these missions were simple safety missions entrusted by the residents of the Academy city and the nearby villages. Therefore, there are almost no high-level missions accompanied by danger. Of course, it was just almost. There were still some truly dangerous missions. At the top of the bulletin board, there were missions of the highest level. A mission to seal the elves? Lindley saw the mission at the top of the notice board at first glance and said eagerly, "Lindley, shouldn't we also complete some high-level missions?" Noah, Claire, and Lindley's team had only been formed a week ago. A newly formed team had to go through 2 or 3 group matches before they could accept missions. Otherwise, without a certain amount of combat experience, the Academy wouldn't dare to let the students go out alone to carry out missions and return with a bloody head or even their lives lost. Within this week, Noah's team had gone through a total of 3 group matches. In the first match, Noah completely crushed his opponents and won. In the second match, Lindley and Lindley both won with active performances. In the third round, the 3 of them finally looked like they were fighting as a team. With excellent teamwork, they obtained victory. It was likely that the Academy had seen the performance of Noah's team and wouldn't reject Noah's team from accepting missions. Unfortunately, before Noah could reject this suggestion, Claire spoke up. We are now in an important period of time to develop teamwork and teamwork. Instead of wasting time on missions, why don't we think of some battle strategies? Actual combat is the fastest way to improve, isn't it? Lindley, who'd been splashed with cold water, said in dissatisfaction. Instead of cultivating teamwork through battles with those greenhouse flowers in the Academy, why don't we fight against high-level sealed spirits? That way, we might improve faster, right? But that's also very dangerous, isn't it? Claire firmly opposed. Even if nothing happens to us, if we get injured and can't participate in the group matches later, the gains won't make up for the losses. Allah! Lindley immediately looked at Claire with a provocative look. Could it be that you're scared? Who did you say was scared? Claire glared at Lindley. I just don't think there's a need to cater to your actions of taking on dangerous missions just to be in the limelight. I'm not doing it to be in the limelight. Lindley was also furious. I'm thinking for the team. Seeing Claire and Lindley suddenly quarrel for no reason, Noah couldn't help but feel helpless. There was no helping it. The same scene had already happened who knew how many times this week. And Noah could see it. Not only did Claire and Lindley's relationship not show any signs of worsening, it was actually much better than the average person. It was just that these 2 dishonest young ladies seemed to only know how to express their feelings for each other in this way. And so, it evolved into this every time. And so, Noah simply decided not to understand these 2 young ladies' daily friendly quarrel to improve their relationship. He raised his eyes and looked at the rankings on the bulletin board. Very quickly, Noah found his team's ranking. 11th place, Fairy Tale. That was naturally the team name that Noah had chosen. The 3 victories in the group matches allowed the Fairy Tale team to surpass many ordinary teams in one fell swoop and began to show their talents. Don't think that winning 3 matches in the group matches would allow them to jump to 11th place quickly. Actually, generally speaking, teams with a bit of strength would rise quickly in the early stages. This was because the ranking points obtained after winning in the group competition varied. Winning against a team that was ranked higher than them would naturally result in higher ranking points. Conversely, it would be less. Noah's Fairy Tale team had only been established a week ago. At that time, most of the teams had already participated in several matches and had begun who knows how long to compete for the rankings. They had more or less accumulated some points and were ranked at the top of the rankings. Defeating these 3 teams allowed the Fairy Tale team to gain a lot of points and jump to 11th place in one fell swoop. But it was not so simple after that, unless they won a match against a team in the top 10. By the way, the ranking points were not directly recorded on the team, but on every fairy user in the team. Regardless of whether they had won the competition or completed the mission, they had obtained ranking points. These ranking points would be evenly distributed to every elven user in the team. Then, the ranking points of the elven users in the team would be added up to calculate the team's ranking. On the rankings, Noah also saw the names of the top 3 teams. Oh, Noah raised his eyebrows. Alice's team is actually ranked 3rd. Isn't that normal? Claire, who was quarreling with Lindley, seemed to be annoyed. She ignored the noisy Lindley and turned to speak to Noah. Students who are able to join the Wind King Knight Regiment and maintain the order and security of the Academy are all outstanding fairy users. Without strength, it is impossible to pass the selection. Alice's strength is among the best in this Academy, and with the addition of those outstanding members of the Wind King Knight Regiment, of course her ranking wouldn't be too low. That's true. Noah nodded, his gaze sweeping over the first place. But when Noah saw the name of the first place, Noah was stunned. Versilia Eva Faringelto? Noah was stunned for 2 reasons. One was that the name of the first place was actually not the name of the team, but a person's name. The other was the surname of this name. Faringelto. Wasn't that Alice's surname? Chapter 985. On the side, Claire and Lindley seemed to have noticed that Noah was paying attention to something and immediately glanced at each other. "What's wrong?" Claire asked directly. "Are you very concerned about Versilia?" "If you want to say that I am concerned, then I am concerned, right?" Noah looked at the first place on the ranking list and asked, "This Versilia's surname is Frangerdo. Could it be that she is from that Frangerdo?" In this week, although Noah couldn't say that he completely understood this world, he had at least grasped some information about the family backgrounds of those close to him. Claire, for example, was a descendant of the already declining Duke Elstian family. Lindley was from the Lorenfrost family, a famous family with a long history. They had lived in the ice border for a long time, but in terms of status, they weren't inferior to the Duke Elstian family at all. As for Alice, her Frangelto family was a famous family of the martial arts faction. Not only had the Frangerdo family occupied an extremely high position in the military of the empire for generations, but the current Duke Frangerdo was also the chief military advisor of the empire. He had been very active in the Lombard War and was regarded as a hero of the empire. His status wasn't lower than that of Gray and Vaz at all. For such a person, not to mention ordinary nobles, even Claire and Lindley's families had to pay their respects when they were at their peak. The members of the empire's royal family also had to be respectful in front of them and didn't dare to slight them in the slightest. One could imagine how much power and influence the family of such a hero had. It was also because she was born in such a famous warrior family that Alice had set her goal as an outstanding knight and was still working hard. Could it be that this Versilia was also from the Frangelto family? Didn't that mean? That's right, Versilia is Alice's adopted sister. Claire's words confirmed Noah's guess in his heart. Originally, Versilia was only the descendant of a lower noble family that declined after the Lombard War, but her talent as an elven user was quite outstanding. She once participated in the last Elven Sword Dance Festival at the age of 15 and was adopted by the Frangerdo family as a daughter. Sister E? Noah blinked. Who would have thought that Alice actually had an adopted sister in the academy? Then why haven't I seen it yet? Versilia is currently on a mission. As if she knew the doubts in Noah's heart, Claire said seriously. Not long ago, Versilia accepted a high-level crusade mission. Now, she's in the middle of a crusade against demonkin elves. A demoness-level sprite. Noah's heart skipped a beat. Demon-level sprites. It wasn't a certain level or species of elves, but an assessment made by humans based on the strength of the elves. No matter what rank, level, or type of sprite it was, as long as it met a certain level of strength, it would be crowned with the level set by the humans. Under normal circumstances, the elves that elven envoys could control or deal with on their own would not enter this level evaluation. If an ordinary elven envoys couldn't control or deal with on their own, the elves whose strength was comparable to a regular elven knight team of an empire could enter this level evaluation. The so-called demoness-level sprites referred to such powerful sprites that elven envoys couldn't control or deal with on their own under normal circumstances, unless it was an elven envoys on the level of the 12 knight generals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with a demoness-level sprite alone. It was said that above the demoness-level sprites, there was a type of demon god-level sprite. That was a type of sprite that, once enraged, could destroy a city in a matter of time. Among the sprites recognized by humans, their strength was definitely at the highest level. In the recognition, this type of sprite couldn't be dealt with on their own. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. For example, Gray and Vaz had dealt with demon god-level sprites more than once. Not to mention demon god-level sprites. Demoness-level sprites weren't targets that ordinary elven envoys could deal with on their own. And elven envoys who were still in the academy and hadn't even become regular elven knights would actually deal with such sprites on their own. Wasn't that the same as courting death? That Versilia is that strong. Even Lindley became serious, which was rare for her. During the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, Versilia already received a recommendation and was listed as a reserve knight of the 12 Knight Generals. As long as she is willing to serve the Empire, she can become a member of the 12 Knight Generals at any time after she graduates. And that was only 3 years ago. Claire raised her beautiful eyebrows. Now that 3 years have passed, Versilia has definitely become much stronger than she was back then. It would be impossible for a normal student to take on a demon-level elf by herself, but she would definitely be able to do it successfully. By the way, Versilia's contracted sprite is the same as your sword sprite, a sealed sprite. Lindsley reminded. Moreover, at present, she is the strongest elven envoys in the Elven Academy. Hearing Claire and Lindsley's words, Noah nodded slightly. The strongest elven envoys in the Academy? To be able to deal with a demoness-level sprite on her own, become a reserve knight of the 12 Knight Generals 3 years ago, tame a berserk sealed sprite, and reach first place on the Academy's rankings by herself, one could only imagine the strength of this elven envoys. Just as Noah secretly committed the name Versilia to memory, Claire's tone suddenly became relaxed. But for you, she shouldn't be an opponent you can't deal with, right? That's true. Lindsley's tone also revealed a sense of relaxation. After all, even though Versilia is very strong, there are still people who are much stronger than her. Wasn't she defeated by Liena Subble in the preliminary round of the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago? Oh, Noah raised his head and looked at Lindsley. In other words, in the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, Versilia, who had high hopes, was defeated in the preliminary round? It can't be helped. That woman's opponent was Liena Subble. Lindsley shrugged. In the face of the strongest sword dancer, even the 12 most outstanding elven envoys of the Empire, the reserves of the 12 Knight Generals were not enough. At that time, Versilia was defeated by Liena Subble in one blow. Claire looked at Noah. It's been 3 years since the last Elven Sword Dance Festival. Versilia must have become stronger. In this academy, there shouldn't be a second person who can compete with her except for you, who can compete with the strongest sword dancer, right? Noah nodded absent-mindedly. Speaking of which, Alice seemed to have said that she had a roommate in her room. Because she was on a mission, she wasn't in the academy. Could that so-called roommate be Versilia? At this moment, a voice suddenly burst into the scene. Oh, you're here? As she spoke, Freya walked over from the other side of the corridor with a book in her hand. She spoke directly to Noah, who was standing in front of the notice board. Just in time. Go to the office. The dean is looking for you. Gray vase. Noah was stunned. At the same time, in a corner of the Academy City, the highest-ranking dark elf wearing a dark-colored robe appeared quietly. You're finally here? The one who spoke was not the dark elf girl, but a youth. A youth with dark skin, dark red hair, and bright red runes all over his body. Let's get to the point. The youth stared at the dark elf's beautiful face. The male elven envoy, who is the Demon King's successor, is in that academy, right? I never said that he is the Demon King's successor. Lastia pursed her lips and smiled. I only said that there's a male elven envoy in that academy. That's enough. A cruel smile appeared on the youth's face. As a male elven envoy, let me show him who is worthy of the title of Demon King. Chapter 986. After parting ways with Claire and Lindley, Noah went straight to the dean's office. Why are you looking for me at this time? Ever since Noah was able to use the elf device the moment he summoned Aster, Gray and Vath had never looked for Noah alone. According to Gray and Vath, whether it was the sword dance or the elf user, she had taught Noah everything she could. She didn't teach him anything else. After all, Noah's strength was higher than Gray and Vath. What Gray and Vath could teach Noah, other than the sword dance and the elf user that Noah didn't know, she couldn't teach him anything else even if she wanted to. Therefore, Gray and Vath only taught Noah the basic sword dance and the elf user. She also taught Noah the absolute sword skills that belonged to the highest level of the sword dance. The rest was up to Noah to figure out, so as not to limit Noah's possibilities since he was already stronger than Gray and Vath. Don't tell me that the witch will suddenly attack when I go over. Noah took out a weapon from the back of his uniform. It was a short sword that was similar in size to a dagger. Upon closer inspection, it was a miniature version of the Demon Slayer. In fact, it was indeed the genuine Demon Slayer. It was just that the holy sword that had once killed the Demon King had shrunk in size and was being carried by Noah. Aster has worked hard enough in the team competition. That's why I wanted him to transform into this form and have a good rest. Noah held the short sword that the Demon Slayer had transformed into and smiled helplessly. If possible, I really don't want to wake Aster up. If Aster didn't wake up, then the short sword in Noah's hand wouldn't be able to compete with the highest level of noble phantasm. It would even be relatively weak compared to normal weapons. Of course, if Noah imbued it with holy aura, Aster would immediately sense it and wake up to unleash the true power of the Demon Slayer. However, Aster was resting now. Noah really didn't want to wake her up because of the witch's prank. After putting the short sword that Aster had transformed into back to his waist, he put down his uniform and covered it. Noah came to the dean's office and knocked twice. Not long after, a calm and deep voice sounded from inside. "Come in." Noah opened the door and walked into the dean's office. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of Noah made him feel a little surprised. Because in the office, there wasn't only Gray and Vaz alone. In front of the luxurious desk that Gray and Vaz used, a girl was standing there. As Noah came in, she turned around and looked into Noah's eyes. It was a young girl with long, beautiful purple hair wearing a black dress. Her appearance revealed a mature charm and a stunning feeling. The girl's eyes were the same color as her hair. There was a hint of watery feeling in her eyes. She had an outstanding temperament and an elegant aura. The first impression that she gave was basically the same as Lindsley. She looked like a noble lady who had an amazing upbringing since she was young. However, Noah didn't know if it was an illusion. Noah felt that in front of him, this girl with an elegant temperament, there seemed to be a hint of mischievousness in the depths of her eyes. This proved that this girl didn't seem to follow the rules as strictly as she looked on the surface. It was unknown if she had sensed Noah's thoughts, but the girl only smiled sweetly and placed her hands behind her back. She bent down slightly and raised her eyes slightly, allowing her gaze to look at Noah from bottom to top. It was quite an adorable sight. "You're that rumored male elf user, right?" With a clear voice like a water droplet, the girl tilted her head and looked at Noah curiously. "It doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as the rumors. You're actually quite good-looking, right?" "Rumors? Don't tell me it's the rumor of having multiple heads, multiple arms, and multiple legs?" Noah thought of that rumor as if his stomach was hurting. He smiled bitterly at the girl. "If it's possible, can you please not look at me with the description of the rumors?" Noah could imagine how exaggerated the rumors would be with his special identity. Therefore, it was best not to ask this question here. As long as she didn't treat him as the description of the rumors, Noah would be satisfied. However, the girl looked straight at Noah, and the smile on her face became more or less thought-provoking. "Then, could it be that the rumor about you being able to compete with the strongest sword dancer is false?" Hearing this, Noah didn't know how to respond to the girl's words. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. "It seems that this rumor isn't false." Perhaps feeling that the time had come, Gray and Vath spoke at the right time. "Let me introduce you." After speaking, Gray and Vath looked at Noah. "The one in front of you is the second princess of the Austrian Empire, Fana Ray-Odija. I'm Fana Ray-Odija, who is about to transfer to this academy." The girl called Fana by Gray, and Vath lifted her skirt and bowed to Noah. "You could just call me Fana." However, Noah was more or less speechless. The second princess of the Austrian Empire? In other words, this young lady wasn't a noble's daughter, but a real princess? This was the first time Noah saw a real princess. Seeing Noah's surprised expression, Fana smiled indifferently and said, "Don't be a stranger. After I chose to enter this academy, it's equivalent to me giving up my identity as the second princess. Therefore, you can just treat me as an ordinary transfer student." Hearing Fana's words, Noah couldn't help but recall. Although there were many large and small countries in this world, these countries only dominated the continent at best, and did not dominate the world. The one who truly reigned at the top of this world was not the emperor of any country, but the king of elves who managed the elements of this world. In front of the elven king, the emperor was just a mortal. As long as the elven king showed a little mercy, the country where the emperor lived would have good weather and the country would be prosperous. On the contrary, as long as the elven king was angry, even the most powerful country would be destroyed in an instant. Because of this, all princesses who were born in the royal family would be targeted by the country to serve the elven concubines of the 5 elven kings. They would receive the necessary training in the institution that specialized in cultivating elven concubines, the Divine Ritual Institute. If Fianna was really a princess, she should have entered the Divine Parliament to cultivate instead of coming here to study as an elven concubine. For years ago, after the elven concubine of Calamity who betrayed the Fire Elven King disappeared, in order to appease the Elven King's anger, the Audisia Empire elected an excellent witch concubine to replace the former elven concubine and inherit the position of elven concubine, Grey Vath suddenly said. At that time, the one who was elected was the second princess of the empire, Princess Fianna. However, I didn't choose to become the elven concubine. I even announced that I gave up my qualification as the successor of the elven concubine and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fianna still had an indifferent expression and said with a smile, "If Lady Rubia was called the elven concubine of Calamity because she betrayed the elven king, then I betrayed the expectations of the people of the empire. From that time on, people call me that. The lost elven concubine." Fianna laughed. "That's me." Noah was silent. Why didn't Fianna become the elven concubine? Becoming the elven concubine who served the elven king was a supreme status. Even the emperor had to lower his head. However, Rubia betrayed the elven king, and Fianna rejected the position of elven concubine. It was really puzzling. There must be a reason behind this, right? However, that wasn't something Noah could ask about. At least not now. Chapter 987. Second Princess? Alessia Elven Academy, Mole's dormitory. In a room, Alice looked at Fianna with a shocked expression. When she came back to her senses, she immediately knelt on one knee and lowered her head. "Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. I am Alice Faringelto, and I offer my greetings to you. I know you, Duke Faringelto's granddaughter, right?" Fianna didn't act like a princess at all. Instead, she smiled casually. "Please don't be so polite. Although I'm a princess, I'm only a princess in name. You should be able to understand what I mean." Alice was speechless. Although she wasn't as infamous as the elven concubine of Calamity, Fianna, the lost elven concubine, still carried a lot of negative rumors. Almost no one didn't know this princess, and no one didn't know what kind of things this princess had done. When all the citizens of Alicia Empire were enduring the wrath of the Elven King and praying for a new Elven concubine to stand up and serve the Elven King, the recommended Fianna not only didn't respond to the citizens' expectations, but also refused to be the Elven concubine. Under such circumstances, how could Fianna not carry a lot of negative rumors? Therefore, although they didn't say it on the surface, there must be a lot of people in Alicia Empire who were resentful of Fianna. Not to mention, Fianna's actions would definitely make the Alicia Empire's royal family lose face. Therefore, Fianna was only a princess in name. Originally, as a princess of the royal family, I should be cultivating in the Elven Concubine's divine parliament and working hard to become one. But now, not only did I give up the position of Elven Concubine, I also came here to study as an Elven Concubine. Fianna said indifferently. This way, I can't be called the princess of Alicia Empire at all. Coming here can be considered as giving up the title of the royal family, right? But even so, you are still the princess of the empire, and I am a knight of the Faringelto family who is loyal to Alicia Empire. Alice said stubbornly, "As a knight, it is only natural for me to offer my greetings to you." "All right." Fianna's smile turned into a troubled expression. "Then just this once. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future, okay?" "Huh?" Alice seemed to be a little reluctant, but when she thought of Fianna's sensitive identity, she could only accept it. She knew that her blind respect for Fianna would most likely worsen the reputation of this princess. I understand, but I thought you would be more rigid as a direct descendant of the Ferenghelto family. Fianna glanced around the pink room and said with a surprised voice, I didn't expect you to have such a girly interest. Please don't make fun of me. Alice protested in a small voice, after which she turned her gaze towards Noah, who was standing at the side as though it had nothing to do with him. A puzzled expression surfaced on her pretty face. If that's the case, why is the princess with you? Seeing that Alice finally remembered him, Noah scratched his cheek and sighed. You should ask Her Royal Highness the Princess about this. Your Highness? Alice was slightly taken aback. I asked for it. Fianna smiled mischievously. Because I'm a little interested in what kind of life Noah is living in such a heterosexual academy. I asked Noah to take me to his room to have a look. Saying this, Fianna looked at Alice with a smile that wasn't a smile. But I didn't expect that Noah is actually living with the Ferenghelto family's knight, the granddaughter of the Empire's hero. It really surprised me. Please don't misunderstand, Alice said with a little panic. There is absolutely no impure relationship between the opposite sex in this. We are living together because of safety concerns. Safety concerns? Fianna teased. A man and a woman living alone in a room, no matter how you think about it, it's not very safe, right? Perhaps because of Fianna's ambiguous expression, Alice's face suddenly turned red and she stared at Noah. If this man dares to do anything to me, I will definitely make him into a potato stew. Why is it a potato stew? Noah couldn't help but ridicule. I'm a potato? Or meat? He didn't know if it was because of Alice's training in cooking, but once this overly serious knight got angry, she would usually threaten to make the other party into various dishes. Although Noah didn't know if there was a need to be afraid of this kind of threat. On the other hand, Fianna winked at Alice. But isn't classmate Noah able to fight against that Rendezvous head-on? Do you have the confidence to stop this kind of Noah from doing bad things? Alice was speechless again. After a while, she revealed a determined expression. I'm a knight of the Ferenghelto family, and also the head of the Wind King Knights. No matter how strong the opponent is, I won't watch him do bad things. Really? Fianna exclaimed. You are indeed a knight of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Hey. Noah couldn't help but say. When did I have the premonition of doing bad things? Don't take it seriously, okay? Hearing this, Alice and Fianna glanced at each other, and then they burst out laughing at the same time. Right? Alice suddenly said to Fianna, Since you've transferred to this academy, which class is Princess Fianna in? I'm a lost elf concubine. Fianna smiled leisurely. Of course, a problematic person like me will be transferred to the Crow class, which is full of problematic children. Gray, Vaz plans to let Fianna and Claire live together, Noah added. That's why she asked me to lead the way for Fianna. Noah made a small lie. Gray, Vaz called Noah overnight because she wanted Noah to lead the way for Fianna. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more convenient to let Claire, who was supposed to be in the same dormitory as Fianna, lead the way? Gray, Vaz called Noah over mainly because it was Fianna's request. I plan to participate in this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival, and I heard that student Noah is an excellent elf user who can compete with Rendezvous, so I asked the dean to recommend me to join student Noah's team. Fianna's eyes flashed with a light that others couldn't understand. It's also my request to be in the same dormitory as Claire Lucio. Hearing Fianna's somewhat complicated tone, Noah and Alice both fell silent. Fianna was originally cultivating in the Gods' Parliament, which specialized in cultivating elf concubines. After Rubia Elstein betrayed the Elf King, this princess publicly announced that she would give up the position of the elf concubine of Calamity. Since then, she had been given the title of a lost elf concubine. Thinking about that elf concubine of Calamity, Fianna must have all kinds of complicated thoughts. As for the elf concubine of Calamity's younger sister, Claire, Fianna must also have some complicated feelings. However, compared to sharing a room with Claire Lucio, I actually want to live in the same room with student Noah. Fianna suddenly changed the topic, and with a gorgeous smile, she moved closer to Noah. How about we apply for a new dormitory from the dean and live together? Huh? Noah almost choked. WH? Alice's eyes widened, and her hands trembled as she placed them on the hilt of the sword at her waist. You have such a plan? Seeing that Alice was about to go crazy, Noah knew that this girl couldn't stop once she went crazy, so he wanted to give her a good knock on the head. However, at this moment, a wave of hostility suddenly appeared. Noah's body froze. In the next moment, a thunderbolt pierced through the space, and with a sharp sound, it shot in from outside the window. Chapter 988. In the pitch-black moonlit night, a bolt of lightning flashed through the air like a meteor, suddenly creating a burst of air-breaking sound, cutting through the darkness, directly shooting towards the window of one of the rooms in the mole-class dormitory, explosively shooting towards one of the mole-class dormitory's windows. However, when the lightning that was shooting towards one of the windows of the dormitory of the mole class hit the inside of the room, before it could touch the window of the room, a cold light shot out from the window of the room, as if it was going to meet the lightning that was shooting towards it. Upon closer inspection, the body of the cold light was actually an ordinary knight's sword. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the knight's sword that shot out from the room collided with the lightning bolt, setting off a strong gust of wind. Immediately after, the bolt of lightning that collided with the knight's sword disappeared. The knight's sword was also shaken into a pile of powder by the bolt of lightning and scattered down from the sky. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes in the quiet moonlit night, a black shadow flashed out from the thicket in the courtyard. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a tree branch, and his figure gracefully flew up to a statue in the middle of a fountain in the courtyard in front of the mole dormitory. He slightly raised his eyes and shot his gaze towards the room. Quite capable. It would be boring if you didn't do this. After the black shadow finished his words, in just a moment, another black shadow shot out from the room that was targeted by the bolt of lightning. After a few leaps, he steadily landed on a tree not far from the fountain in front of the mole dormitory and looked towards the attacker in a black robe. Two pairs of eyes suddenly collided in the dark night, as if sparks had been ignited. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became extremely dangerous. The person who had come was naturally Noah. After sensing the hostility, Noah reacted in time, and without hesitation, he snatched the knight's sword from Alice's waist and threw it out of the room. Coincidentally, the knight's sword that was thrown out by Noah accurately collided with the lightning bolts that came out of nowhere and neutralized the merciless attack. At this moment, Alice and Fianna poked their heads out from the window of the room and clearly saw Noah and the black-robed man confronting each other in front of the courtyard of the mole dormitory. What happened? Fianna asked in surprise. Could it be an intruder? Alice was obviously thinking the same thing. She clenched her teeth angrily. How dare you break into my elven academy and attack the students in public? Are you looking down on my Wind King Knights? After saying that, Alice stepped on the windowsill and jumped out of the window. Fianna exclaimed in surprise. Fierce wind, give me the magic spear that pierced through the heart of my enemy. A contractual incantation written in elven language reverberated in the air. At this moment, a gust of wind spun out from under Alice's feet and supported her to land steadily on the ground. Then, with a spin, it condensed into a gorgeous ceremonial spear in Alice's hand. Who are you? Alice pointed the elven device in her hand at the black-robed man who landed on the statue in the middle of the fountain and spoke in a stern voice. Why did you attack the students of the Elven Academy? Hearing Alice's question, the black-robed man slightly moved his head and looked down at Alice condescendingly. After a while, he spat out some words of contempt. Scram, the person I'm looking for isn't you. The black-robed man's contemptuous words undoubtedly infuriated Alice. Fierce wind, blow to your heart's content. As Alice chanted the magic incantation, the majestic divine power gathered on Knight Maiden's ceremonial spear, stirring up a gust of wind. With a wave of her hand, the wind turned into a substantial shock wave that swept toward the black-robed man. The howling wind caused the ground and air to tremble as it surged toward the black-robed man like a raging wave. I believe that even Witch G, who is also an elven envoy like Alice, would be unable to get up from the ground after being hit by such a powerful attack, right? However, facing the howling wind, the black-robed man's mouth that was hidden under his robe curved up in a sinister arc as he raised one of his hands. If one looked closely, they would be able to see that. The hand that was raised from under the black robe was covered with bright red lines. Appear, Mirror Elf. When this voice came from the black-robed man's mouth, one of the bright red patterns that covered his arm suddenly lit up. Suddenly, the air in front of the black-robed man suddenly distorted as if it was spitting out something, and a huge round mirror appeared in front of the black-robed man. The round mirror wasn't a weapon or a prop, but an elf. Moreover, it was an elf that had the ability to reflect elemental attacks. The gust of wind that swept over directly landed on the mirror elf, but in a tremor, it was reflected back. It rubbed against the atmosphere, stirring up bursts of sand and dust, and enveloped Alice, who couldn't react in time. Facing the gust of wind that was reflected back, before Alice could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He didn't use any powerful weapons, nor did he use any amazing abilities. Noah just stretched out his hand toward the gust of wind that swept toward him. In the next moment, the gust of wind that fell on Noah suddenly stagnated, shook violently, and dissipated as if it was annihilated. Noah! Noah? Alice finally reacted. You step back first, Alice. Noah looked straight at the black-robed man and narrowed his eyes. Are you here for me? Correct. The black-robed man grinned. After all, you're a male elf user like me. A male elf user like me? Alice, who was behind Noah, was stunned. A male elf user like you? Fianna, who poked her head out of the window, was stunned. A male elf user like you? Even Noah was slightly stunned as he stared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man slowly took off the black robe that covered his body. At this moment, Noah clearly heard Alice and Fianna's gasps. Because the person who threw away the black robe and exposed his full face under the moonlight was an unexpected person. His brown skin was covered with bright red lines, and even his face was engraved with tattoos. Instead of saying that his short hair was red, it would be more accurate to say that it was a dark red. Just like that, the other party stared at Noah with a pair of red eyes like a tiger eyeing its prey. There was an arrogant and unruly smile on its face. It was a man. How come? Alice exclaimed in shock. Undoubtedly, he just used an elf. A male elf user. Fianna's face was full of astonishment. Besides Noah, there are other male elf users? Not to mention Alice and Fianna. Even Noah's pupils constricted. Lestia had said that male elves had never existed. The reason why Demon King Solomon was able to become an elf envoy despite being a male was because he had inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. The reason why Noah could become an elven envoy was because the mana source in his body had the ability to absorb other types of energy and transform them into this energy source. This allowed Noah to possess divine might and be able to enslave elves. That was how he became an elven envoy. Now, the power of the Dark Elf King had been inherited by Lotus because of the world fragment. It was impossible for this person to have an energy source that could transform into any energy like Noah. However, this person was indeed a male and enslaved elves. This was a fact. In other words, this person was very likely to be a true male elf user. Noah stared at the man with an arrogant smile on his face and asked, who are you? I'm Geo Inzak. The dark-skinned young man introduced himself. The successor of the Demon King. After saying that, the male elf user who called himself Geo reached out his hand toward Noah. Show yourself. Fong Elf. One of the bright red lines on the male elf user's hand lit up again. Chapter 989. Appear. Fanged Wolf Spirit. A dazzling flash of light blossomed from a bright red pattern on Geo's arm. It was like a burst of lightning that burst out in all directions. However, the dazzling light that burst out in all directions didn't disappear. Instead, it gathered in front of Geo and transformed into a ferocious wolf spirit that looked like a golden wolf made of lightning. What dash? Seeing this, Alice and Fianna were both shocked. Undoubtedly, Geo had just used the magic mirror spirit that could reflect elemental attacks. Now, he actually summoned a fanged wolf spirit. This male elf user, who came out of nowhere, was actually a dual contractor. Roar dash. While Alice and Fianna were shocked, the fanged wolf spirit roared angrily. Its four limbs tightened and bounced. Like a bullet that was shot out of a barrel, it charged in the direction of Noah against the strong wind. Although Noah was a little surprised at the same time, he sneered in his heart. The fanged wolf spirit that was charging at Noah seemed to be a middle-rank elf. However, for some reason, its ferocious appearance and ferocious attack gave off a very stiff feeling. It didn't even seem to be able to exert its full strength. A dual contract would cause the elves to affect each other, resulting in an imbalance in the divine power of the elf user. Not only would he be unable to control the elves freely, but he might also be unable to summon the elves. Although Geo had successfully summoned the mirror spirit and the fanged wolf spirit, it seemed that he was unable to unleash the full power of the fanged wolf spirit and the mirror spirit. In this case, it would be better to only have one contracted elf. At that moment, Noah didn't even bother to dodge. He just tilted his body slightly. Swoosh! The fanged wolf spirit that was charging at Noah suddenly bit the air with its sharp teeth. Who dash? A fist carrying an astonishing force came explosively from the side of the fanged wolf elf who was in the air, heavily smashing into the back of the fanged wolf elf. Bang dash! It was just a simple punch. Amidst the muffled sound, this simple punch blasted apart the wolf-shaped spirit that seemed to be composed of lightning. It exploded into sparks and dissipated into the air. A middle-rank elf who couldn't even use his original strength? A sprite of this level wasn't even qualified for Noah to awaken Aster. However, in the next moment, Noah was truly shocked. Show yourself. Geo didn't care about the fanged wolf spirit that had been punched by Noah. Instead, he revealed a sadistic smile and aimed his palm at Noah. Magic Light Fairy. Among the bright red tattoos on Geo's arm, another one suddenly lit up. Wong. A spear composed of dazzling light gathered in Joe's hand amidst the sound of air vibrating. He raised the spear high up and threw it with all his might. It turned into a flash of light and shot towards Noah. A third sprite. Noah was truly surprised. It was already very difficult to control a dual contract. In the end, this person actually contracted a third sprite. In this case, how could this guy who called himself Geo still control sprites? Even when he had two sprites, he couldn't fully utilize their strength. Under such circumstances, contracting a third sprite would definitely cause the divine might to be completely unbalanced and unusable. Noah didn't have time to think too much. He stared at the spear of light that was shooting towards him, and with a turn of his body, one of his legs whipped forward like a fierce whip amidst the whistling wind. Bang dash! As expected, the spear of light that was shot out was directly blown up by Noah's kick. Once again, it turned into an explosion of light and was annihilated in the air. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared under Noah and imprinted an arrogant and unruly face into Noah's eyes. Show yourself. Sword sprite. A familiar light flashed from another bright red pattern on Geo's arm. A simple and unadorned sword suddenly appeared in Geo's hand. He tightly grasped it and swung it, cutting through the air and chopping towards Noah's head. Be careful! Alice and Fianna cried out in alarm. However, even without Alice and Fianna's warning, Noah, who had the most outstanding sensing ability, would never be ambushed. Clink! With a crisp sound, the long sword transformed from the sword sprite was clamped between two of Noah's fingers, stopping in midair. Oh! Geo tried to pull the weapon in his hand, but couldn't make it move at all. He looked at Noah with surprise and mockery. You do have some strength. No wonder you can compete with Liana Subble in a sword dance. Ignoring Geo's mockery and surprise, Noah tightly clamped Geo's sword sprite with 2 fingers and looked into Geo's eyes as he said coldly, "Fourth sprite." The fourth sprite. You've contracted so many sprites, yet you're still able to summon them and use them in battle. That's pretty good. Although the dual contract would cause the fairies to affect each other and cause an imbalance in the divine aura, greatly reducing the fairies' power and making it impossible for them to be summoned, there was no lack of talented fairies in this world. Being able to freely command 2 sprites under the condition of concluding a dual contract, and being able to fully display the power of the 2 sprites to the sprite user, that also existed. However, a triple contract was too rare. Quadruple contracts were almost impossible to completely control the sprites. However, Geo used 4 sprites in total. Although each sprite wasn't very strong and couldn't fully utilize their power, with such a large number of contracted sprites, just by complementing each other's weaknesses, the sprite user's battle power would greatly increase. This male sprite user, who came out of nowhere, had such an ability? There's nothing to be surprised about, right? Geo continuously exerted force on the sword sprite in his hand, and the corner of his mouth cracked into an arrogant smile. Demon King Solomon can control the 72 pillar sprites. Geo's words made Noah frown. At this moment, Noah noticed a problem. Every time Geo used a sprite, a bright red pattern on his body would light up. The bright red patterns on Geo's body had been engraved all over his body, and there was no way to count them. Thinking of this, Noah said in surprise, "Could it be, didn't I say it before?" Geo sneered, "I'm the successor of the Demon King." After speaking, Geo threw away the weapon in his hand and jumped away. "Show yourself." Wind Sprite. A violent whirlwind with Geo as the center suddenly shook and expanded in all directions. In an instant, it attacked Noah, who wasn't too far away from Geo. Alice, who wasn't too far away, was suddenly hit by the violent whirlwind and was directly sent flying. Noah, on the other hand, stood firm in the midst of the gale. His uniform fluttered in the wind, and his bangs swayed with all his might. However, it could not block Noah's gaze that was beginning to turn cold. Then, such a sentence reverberated from the center of the hurricane-like violent whirlwind and clearly drilled into everyone's ears. "The successor of the Demon King? Who are you trying to fool?" The moment the words fell, Noah's feet suddenly landed in the violent whirlwind. With a muffled bang, he turned into an arrow that left the bow and rushed out of the eye of the hurricane against the raging violent whirlwind. He flashed in front of the retreating Geo. Geo didn't even have the chance to react before a punch, with astonishing force, suddenly imprinted on his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Geo's body flew backward and heavily smashed into the ground not far away. "Do you deserve to be called the Demon King?" Looking at Geo, who fell to the ground, Noah curled his lips and smiled. "If the Demon King is as easy to deal with as you, I don't have to worry about how to deal with the strongest sword dancer." The Demon King referred to the elf envoy who inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. If the Elf King's power was only at this level, Noah really didn't have to worry about it. Chapter 990. King Solomon was an elven envoy who had inherited the power of the Dark Elven King. According to Lasti, the power that King Solomon had inherited from the Dark Elven King had awakened in an incomplete form. It devoured Solomon, the first male elven envoy in history, and turned him into a lump of resentment. Even in this incomplete state of awakening, Solomon still had the ability to bring calamitous terror to the entire continent. One could only imagine how powerful the Elven King was. No matter how many elves Jew could summon, if he only had this level of power, not to mention the successor of the Demon King, even Gray and Vath could easily take him down. More importantly, Noah had already met the true successor of the Demon King, and he had even faced him. Therefore, Noah didn't believe Jew's words at all. Moreover, Noah also noticed something very strange. Logically speaking, even if the level and power of the elves aren't very high, it would still take a lot of divine power to summon 4 or 5 elves in a row. Noah looked straight at Geo. But from the beginning to the end, you've only been summoning elves, and there wasn't a single trace of divine might on you. That was too strange. Divine might was the energy that elven envoys had to consume when using the power of elves. Whether it was summoning elves, enslaving elves, summoning elves, turning elves into elven devices, or using elven magic, it would consume divine might. However, from the beginning to the end, Ju had been able to summon elves without using any divine might at all. It didn't seem like an elven envoy was summoning elves, and it didn't seem like an elven envoy was summoning elves. Elven envoys could also summon other elves, but they still had to form a contract with a specific elven envoy. That was because elven envoys and contracted elves were partners who had formed an unbreakable symbiotic relationship with each other. If the contract was exchanged, not only would the elven envoy obtain the ability to use elven magic, but the elven envoy would also be able to summon elves to his side anytime and anywhere. When the elven envoy grew, the contracted elves would also grow accordingly. If the contract was not exchanged, not only would the sprite not be able to grow, it would also be unable to fully unleash the power of the sprite and control it freely. Therefore, even if they could enslave other fairies, the elven envoy would still enter into a contract with one of them. That wasn't just because of the relationship between the elf user and the contracted elf being able to grow together. In battle, the divine aura energy of the elf master and the contracted elf master could even combine with each other to unleash a power that was greater than 1 + 1. Just like Noah and Aster. Only when one had a contract with a spirit could one display the true power of a spirit user. You didn't even use your divine power from the beginning to the end, but you were able to summon spirits and use them in battle. Does it mean you don't need to use divine power to summon contracted spirits? Noah looked at Geo, who had a terrible expression on his face. Can I assume that you're simply using other means to release the spirits that don't belong to you? Lying on the ground and clutching his chest, Geo's expression changed. It can't be. Fianna, who poked her head out of Alice's room, exclaimed in shock. In other words, those spirits aren't contracted to him at all. He's simply releasing the spirits? Alice, who had been sent flying by the storm earlier, asked with uncertainty as she floated in midair with the help of her elven magic. Could it be that those spirits are all sealed spirits? At first, Noah thought that the bright red patterns that covered Geo's body were the imprints of his spirits. However, if Geo didn't have any divine power at all and didn't enter into a contract with any spirits, those bright red patterns couldn't be the imprints of the spirits. In that case, the only explanation was that those bright red patterns were merely a seal. It was used to seal sprites and simply release them, creating the illusion that multiple sprites were being controlled. In that case, Geo wasn't even an elf envoy, let alone a demon king. Impossible, Alice couldn't help but exclaim. If he's simply releasing the sealed spirits, how did he control them? The one who answered this question was none other than Geo himself. That's because I have the power to control them. Holding his aching chest, Geo stood up from the ground with difficulty and let out a gloomy laugh as he opened one of his hands. There was a red gemstone in the shape of a magatama lying on that hand. That's... Fianna covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Blood of the Elf King. Well, what? Alice's face was filled with shock. Not only Alice, but Noah, who had clearly heard Fianna's voice, frowned and stared at the red magatama in Geo's hand. In this world, there was a very special stone. It was an ore that could seal the spirits and a part of their power within it, and release the power of the spirits within to temporarily use the power of the spirits. That ore was called the Elven Oregon. The so-called blood of the Elf King was a type of Elven Oregon. Moreover, it was a very special type even among the Elven ores. It was a very special Elven ore that could only be mined in the holy realm of the elemental spirits world. Its function was basically the same as the Elven Oregon. However, ordinary Elven ores could only seal the power of low-ranking spirits or middle-ranking spirits. The blood of the Elf King, on the other hand, could seal a part of the power of high-ranking spirits and unleash an extremely powerful effect. Because of this, the blood of the Elf King could be said to be a national treasure. Even if one had money or power, they might not be able to buy it. Not to mention other things. Even Alice, a direct descendant of the Frangelto family, couldn't get her hands on this national treasure. This fake elven envoy, who came from God knows where, actually had such a national treasure-level treasure. This is the source of my power. Holding the Elf King's blood that looked like a jade hook, Geo laughed arrogantly. Sealed in it is the most powerful spirit that can control a large number of spirits, the Mad King's spirit. I see. Noah sneered. It's because of the power of the Mad King's elves that you came up with the idea of sealing a large number of elves on your body and simply releasing them for use in battle. Am I right? It doesn't matter what method I use. As long as I can get the same power as the legendary Demon King, that's enough. Geo glared at Noah angrily. I'm the real Demon King's descendant. As long as I defeat you, a male elf envoy that came out of nowhere, no one will suspect me. The reason why Geo targeted Noah was that Noah had the ability to be an elf envoy. It wasn't because of jealousy, nor was it because he had no other choice. It was because there was only one male elf envoy in history, and Noah, who was also a male elf envoy, naturally gave people the feeling that he was the Demon King's descendant. This was something that Geo didn't want to see. This stupid and ignorant man had always thought of himself as the real Demon King. Only I can become the Demon King. Geo sneered. A bright red pattern on his body lit up and turned into a sharp steel sword that fell into his hand. I'll kill you and use this to prove that I'm the real Demon King. After saying that, Geo stomped on the ground and shot toward Noah like an arrow. The steel sword in his hand turned into a beam of cold light, cutting through the air and slashing toward Noah's body. Stupid guy. Noah's eyes turned cold, and his body began to surge with some divine power. Just as Noah and Geo were about to collide, an extremely cold voice resounded in the entire space. I can't stand watching this anymore. When this extremely cold voice rang out in the air, everyone present was stunned. Only Noah seemed to have sensed something before the voice sounded. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and retreated quickly. Buzz! Almost at the same time, a vibration reverberated in the air. It was the sound of cannons raining down from the sky like meteors. Chapter 991. In the dark moonlit night, the fierce cannon fire that fell from the sky like raindrops illuminated the entire darkness. Amidst the vibrations in the air, the cannon fire suddenly poured down toward the courtyard in front of the mole-class dormitory. Dawn! Everyone only felt a flash of light descend from the sky and suddenly land in front of them. Immediately, a wild and violent impact that shook the sky exploded on the courtyard, lifting layers of wind. It was like a stormy sea that spread in all directions. Geo didn't even have time to react before he was directly submerged by the fierce cannon fire that fell from the sky. Noah had already retreated in time before that. When the violent impact swept in front of him like a stormy wave, he simply relaxed his body and took advantage of the strong winds to lightly float away. As for Alice, who relied on the elven magic of the wind attribute to float in the air, and Fianna, who had been hiding in Alice's room, were blown by the violent wind. They could only raise their hands to block in front of themselves and let out an imperceptible groan of anguish. After an unknown amount of time, the violent wind that shook the surroundings slowly calmed down and gradually calmed down. However, the courtyard in front of the mole-class dormitory had greatly changed. The ground looked as if it was scorched. Not only were there scorch marks everywhere, but there were also wisps of light, smoke rising from it. In the courtyard, whether it was the fountain, the trees, or the flower beds, everything was destroyed by that round of fierce cannon fire, turning into waves of ruins and debris. As for Geo, his whole body looked as if it had been burned. Lying in the middle of the ruins, it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Alice and Fianna looked at the terrible scene in front of them and were stunned for a moment. Their minds became blank. Only Noah, riding the strong winds, landed lightly on the ground and raised his head to look at the sky. At the next moment, a scene that even Noah couldn't help but surprise him appeared before his eyes. Katja, accompanied by such a mechanical sound, the cannon muzzles below the courtyard were put away one by one. What appeared in front of Noah was a fortress. It was a crimson fortress that seemed to be directly equipped with countless compound mechas and cold cannon muzzles. It looked like a mechanical giant. Just like that, the crimson mecha fortress hovered high up in the air. There were layers upon layers of cannons on its body, and its surroundings rippled with a frightening divine might. It transformed into gusts of strong wind, undulating back and forth in the air. The unimaginable scene made Noah somewhat surprised. Elven device? Yes. The fortress that looked like a composite mecha was the elven device that was formed by the elves. Alice also noticed the crimson fortress above her, and her eyes suddenly widened. How can it be? Ugh. Even Fianna took a step back because of the unimaginable scene, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Under such circumstances, a chilling voice that could penetrate one's heart. In the time that I wasn't here, has the Alicia Elven Academy become a place that people of this level can casually invade? As soon as his voice trailed off, a burst of dazzling light flashed from the fortress with layers upon layers of composite mechas in the sky. The entire fortress turned into a burst of light, then exploded and disappeared. What replaced it was a young girl. She was wearing a cold light armor with a cape on her back. She had light golden hair that reached her waist, and her entire body emitted a cold feeling. Seeing this young girl, Alice's hand that was holding onto the elven device tightened. She couldn't help but call out softly, Big sister, big sister?" Noah's heart skipped a beat. Big sister? This girl is Alice's big sister? Doesn't that mean Versilia Eva Ferragalto? Fianna seemed to have recognized her as well, and she murmured. 3 years ago, she attended the Elven Sword Dance Festival at the age of 15 and was recommended as a candidate for the 12 Knights. She is the adopted daughter of the Ferragalto family of the Silent Fortress. Is that her? Noah looked at Versilia, who was floating in the air, and his eyes flashed. 3 years ago at the Elven Sword Dance Festival, she was defeated by Rena Subble in one hit. She was the strongest elven envoy in the Academy who occupied the first place on the Academy rankings by herself. Under the gazes of Noah, Alice, and Fianna, Versilia's cape fluttered in the wind. She slowly descended to the ground. After a while, with the powerful sound of metal boots landing on the ground, she landed in a messy courtyard. In front of Versilia, Geo was lying on the ground as if he had been burned. A fake elven envoy who used the power of the Elven King's blood to enslave elves? Versilia glanced at Geo, who was lying on the ground, and then turned her head to look at Alice. She spoke coldly. "You can't even deal with this kind of trash. Alice, are you worthy of being a knight of the Ferragalto family?" Alice couldn't help but stiffen under Versilia's cold gaze. Her face paled, but she gritted her teeth and looked straight at Versilia. "Sister, why are you here?" The strongest elven envoy in the Elven Academy, Alice's adopted sister, who is also known as the Silent Fortress. Recently, she should have accepted the high-level mission of annihilating the demon elves and left the Academy. In terms of time, even if Versilia could annihilate the demon elves by herself, she shouldn't have been able to complete it so quickly. But now, Versilia had suddenly appeared in the Academy. "It's nothing. I just heard some unexpected news and sped up the mission, so I rushed back overnight." Versilia's face was cold, but her tone had changed slightly. "Let me ask you, Alice, did Leanna Subble really come to the Academy?" Hearing Versilia's words, everyone who knew about Versilia immediately understood what was going on. 3 years ago, Versilia had high hopes for her. She stepped onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival at a young age, and was even chosen as a substitute for the 12 Knight Generals. However, she was defeated in the preliminary round of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. The most powerful Elven maiden defeated Versilia with one strike and forced her to step down from the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Therefore, when Versilia heard that Rendezvous had appeared in Alicia Elven Academy, she immediately increased the speed of her mission and even rushed back in the middle of the night. In other words, the reason why Versilia returned to the academy early was because of the appearance of the strongest sword dancer. "Sister," Alice spoke in a deep voice. "Lady Leanna Subble did come to the Elven Academy, but she has already left. It doesn't matter. I just need to confirm the authenticity of the news that she came here." Versilia's eyes flashed with a frightening light. She turned her head and stared at Noah. However, if this news is accurate, then the news that a male Elven envoy recently transferred to the Elven Academy and used the same sword dance as Leanna Subble to tie with the strongest sword dancer is also true? When these words came out of Versilia's mouth, Noah felt it. He felt that Versilia was staring at him. It was the joy of a skilled hunter who had found a suitable prey and the determination to challenge a powerful opponent to prove himself. To be able to fight to a draw with Leanna Subble. To be honest, I really don't want to believe such nonsense, because no one understands her strength better than I do. Versilia slowly raised her hand in Noah's direction. "So, you must prove your strength to me, male Elven envoy." As she spoke, a vast amount of divine might gathered in Versilia's hand like a dense fog. "Elder sister." Alice was shocked. Even Phaena almost cried out in surprise. However, just as Versilia, who had gathered her divine power, was about to launch an attack, Noah smiled. There was no trace of a smile in his laughter. "Both of you are so arrogant to the point of looking for trouble. Do you really think I'm made of mud?" Chapter 992. Ever since he came to this world, Noah had been met with a lot of trouble for no reason. Not to mention the various troubles brought about by his identity as a male Elven envoy. In less than a month since he came to this world, Noah had been picked on countless times. At first, Lestia was curious about Noah and took the initiative to lead a group of magical beasts to attack the Elven Academy. According to her, she wanted to see Noah's performance. At that time, Noah tolerated it. No matter what the reason was, Noah used this opportunity to summon Aster and obtain the power of a contract with an elf. With this result, Noah pretended not to see Lestia's little prank. Then, Lotus's strongest sword dancer suddenly came to his door and attacked Noah. Her motive was similar to Lestia's. She just wanted to see Noah's strength. At that time, Noah tolerated it. After all, because of the world fragment, Lotus's entire life changed. Not only did she become the strongest sword dancer, she also inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. Her life was destined not to be peaceful. Noah had to bear this responsibility. Therefore, Noah willingly accepted Lotus's attack and didn't pursue it. And today, Geo, this fake Elven envoy who came out of nowhere, came looking for Noah and directly came for Noah. It was all because of his ridiculous identity as the Demon King's successor. From this moment on, Noah was on the verge of exploding. Noah had always been a domineering person. If others were good to Noah, then Noah would naturally be good to them. If others were bad to Noah, then Noah would only treat them in an even worse way. Previously, Lotus and Lestia were picking on him for no reason. Because of their original reasons, Noah tolerated it. But what kind of person was this Geo and Zagi? Why did Noah have to be obedient and let them pick on him? If not for the fact that Versilia had dealt with Geo, that idiot would have had to endure all of Noah's sufferings during this period of time. But now, not only did Versilia snatch Noah's prey, but she also planned to pick a fight with Noah, like the others before her. The reason was that she wanted to see Noah's strength. You want to see my strength? Like the calm before the storm, an extremely oppressive atmosphere spread out along with Noah's voice. Noah looked at Versilia, his dark eyes flashing with a cold light. Are you that curious about my strength? If you want to see it, then I don't mind letting you see it. Along with this sentence, a terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone's hearts like an invisible heavy hammer. But this time I won't hold back. At this moment, everyone present, including Versilia, felt a palpitating pressure from Noah's words. Feeling the astonishing pressure, no one doubted it at all. Once Versilia made a move, the situation would escalate to an uncontrollable level. Noah? Noah? Alice and Fana looked at Noah, who was exuding a terrifying pressure with fear in their eyes. You? Versilia's face darkened, and her eyes were filled with an unprecedented seriousness. The divine might that had gathered in Versilia's hand suddenly disappeared. It wasn't because Versilia was afraid. Instead, the terrifying pressure emanating from Noah's body was enough for Versilia to understand what was going on. This male elven user in front of her was definitely not someone she could easily crush. This person's strength was probably quite terrifying. Looks like the rumors aren't baseless. Versilia stared at Noah and suddenly sneered. Very well. If you really have the ability to fight Rendezvous to a draw, then I'll defeat you completely and prove that I'm stronger than Rendezvous. After saying that, Versilia looked around. Around her, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Even in the dormitory of the mole class, there was a commotion and clamor. The commotion in front wasn't very big, so not many people discovered J's invasion. However, when Versilia appeared, she mercilessly bombarded the entire courtyard with cannon fire. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible not to attract attention. Versilia looked directly at Noah and said in a powerful voice, "Looks like we won't be fighting today, but we'll have to fight sooner or later. As long as you and I both participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival and fight Rendezvous." After saying that, Versilia flung her cloak, turned around, and walked towards the door of the mole class dormitory. Seeing that Versilia had chosen to retreat and left behind a declaration of war, Noah frowned slightly. How troublesome. Why don't we just settle it here? Although that was what he thought, Noah didn't really intend to use all his strength. Otherwise, Alicia Elven Academy might not be able to survive. Elven Academy, Elven Academy. Noah and Fianna stood side by side outside the dean's office. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard, causing Noah and Fianna to look over. They saw Claire and Lindley running over from the corner of the corridor. Moreover, Claire's hair was still wet, as if she had just finished bathing. Behind Lindley was Carol, who seemed to be in a hurry. "Are you okay?" As soon as they arrived, Claire and Lindley spoke at almost the same time. Then, they both started at the same time, embarrassed expressions appearing on their faces. Carol snickered. The two ladies seemed to be very worried about Mr. Noah. Carol, Claire, and Lindley immediately cried out in anger out of humiliation at the same time. But this also confirmed that Carol's words were true. It was obvious that Claire and Lindley had rushed over because they heard that Noah had been attacked. "Don't worry, I'm not at the point where I'll be hurt by a random person." Noah shook his head with a smile. Right now, the attacker has been captured by the Wind King Knights. Alice is also inside reporting to Gray and Vaz about what happened. "We're just waiting for the result of the discussion." "Is that so?" Claire and Lindley both let out a sigh of relief. From this point, it could be seen that Claire and Lindley were really worried about Noah. Although she was a young miss who didn't know the ways of the world and was problematic in all aspects, both Claire and Lindley were very kind-hearted girls. At this time, Claire and Lindley finally noticed Fianna. Lindley tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "I've never seen you before. Are you a student of the academy?" However, Fianna didn't pay any attention to Lindley. Instead, she stared closely at Claire, an unprecedented seriousness appearing on her face. Claire felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Fianna. Why do you keep looking at me?" Fianna didn't answer Claire's question and instead said so. "You're Claire Lucio, right?" Yes. Claire raised her eyebrows and stared back as if unwilling to show weakness. "Is there a problem?" Fianna didn't say anything and only stared at Claire, causing the atmosphere to become heavy all of a sudden. At this time, the door to the dean's office opened and Alice walked out, attracting everyone's attention. Noah went straight to the point and asked, "How is it? The dean will send people to investigate the identity and background of that Geo Inzak." Alice met Noah's gaze and said to Noah, He will be escorted by the knights and locked up in the imperial capital's prison. Is that so? Noah's furrowed brows relaxed. Geo Inzak was only a minor character. Compared to such a minor character, it was better to pay more attention to that Versilia. Chapter 993. Versilia is back. On the way back to the dormitory, Claire and Lindley were both surprised to hear the whole story from Noah, Alice, and Fianna. Why is that stronghold girl back? Lindley asked in confusion. Although that stronghold girl's strength should be enough to deal with a demon-level elf, it shouldn't be so fast, right? In fact, it had been almost a month since Versilia accepted the mission to slay the demon-level elves. However, it would take almost a month for her to travel from the Alicia Elven Academy to the location of the demon-level elf. Moreover, the opponent was a demon-level elf that couldn't be dealt with by anyone other than the 12 Knight Generals. It should have taken even longer to complete the mission. In the end, Versilia had shortened the time by quite a bit and returned to the Alicia Elven Academy ahead of time. It was no wonder that Claire and Lindley were so surprised and confused. Alice could only shake her head and say this. Sisters seemed to have heard the news that Rendezvous had come to the Alicia Elven Academy. That's why she sped up the mission and rushed back overnight. Ever since the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, Sister has always been obsessed with the strongest sword dancer. That was only natural. 3 years ago, Versilia had already been recommended as a candidate for the 12 Knight Generals. She even had the ability to step onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival at the age of 15. Her strength could be imagined. However, a powerful elven envoy like Versilia was defeated by Lotus in a single blow in the preliminary round. It was believed that anyone with a little bit of self-respect and self-confidence would become like Versilia if they were treated the same way. She rushed back as soon as she heard the news of Rendezvous's appearance. Claire nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Versilia is more obsessed with Rendezvous than we thought. After losing to Rendezvous in one hit in the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, Sister completely changed. Alice's voice became somewhat heavy. In the past, although Big Sister had always been very strict with herself and was very cold, her heart was actually quite gentle. Now, Big Sister is no longer the same as before. She blindly pursues strength, and her heart seems to have frozen. Only the thought of becoming stronger is left. Blindly pursues power? Only has the thought of becoming stronger left? Noah glanced at Claire and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Indeed, there are a lot of people like that recently. What? You have other intentions. Claire turned her head away awkwardly, but she was still trying to be brave. I'm not like Versilia. I only want to become the champion of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. I won't be so obsessed with one person. However, even Claire herself didn't quite believe her own words. After all, Claire only wanted to become the champion of the Elven Sword Dance Festival in order to find out why her sister betrayed the Elven King. From this point of view, Claire was actually the same as Versilia. They were both obsessed with obtaining power for the sake of a certain person. Claire, who knew her own limits, hurriedly changed the topic. Right, since Alice's roommate, Versilia, has returned, then where is Noah staying now? As soon as these words came out, everyone's footsteps stopped, including Claire herself. Originally, Claire had just said it casually. However, after thinking about it carefully, this question was indeed a problem. I almost forgot that Versilia and Alice are roommates in the same dorm. Noah smiled bitterly. In that case, I really can't stay in Alice's room anymore. Versilia was obviously someone who wouldn't allow a man to stay in her room. And Noah was still upset with Versilia for finding fault with him previously. If they met in the dormitory of the mole class, then this time they would definitely have a big fight, right? Everyone present understood this. I was too careless. Alice was a little flustered. I actually forgot about such an important matter. It seemed that Alice couldn't accept this result. Didn't you say that the two of you staying together was only temporary? Will you think of a way to discuss this with the dean and resolve this matter? Claire asked Alice. Could it be that the problem of Noah's residence hasn't been resolved yet? Hearing this, Alice didn't know what to say. In the beginning, Alice had seriously considered the problem of Noah's residence. However, ever since Noah saved Alice from the magical beasts and performed a brilliant sword dance with Lyanna Subble, Alice suddenly felt that living with Noah wasn't too bad. With this thought in mind, Alice gradually lost interest in this matter. She didn't think that she would have to lay her cards on the table at this time. What's wrong? Seeing that Alice's expression was a little stiff, Noah's face turned bitter. Could it be that this problem hasn't been resolved yet? Alice's expression started to become unnatural. You're still a dangerous person after all. How can I not watch over you personally? What dangerous person? Noah narrowed his eyes, looking annoyed. You can't be thinking that I'll sneak into another student's room in the middle of the night to do something despicable, right? Just in case. Alice glared at Noah. I'm the leader of the Knights Regiment. I have to be strict with myself. Even if there's only a slight possibility, I have to be vigilant against you. Noah covered his face, speechless. At this time, the silent Fianna suddenly laughed. Without any warning, Fianna suddenly reached out and hugged one of Noah's arms, leaning her whole body on it. Claire, Lindsley, and Alice were all shaken at the same time. Your Highness. Noah opened his eyes wide and said in shock, What are you playing at this time? Finally, we still have to use the plan I proposed before. Fianna laughed mischievously. Let's live together. Wah! This time, Claire, Lindsley, and Alice's expressions all froze. Seeing this, Noah suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. This development was a little bad. No. Sure enough, Claire, Lindsley, and Alice all loudly refuted at the same time. Not pure. Claire blushed as she shouted. It's really too impure. Looking at Claire's blushing face, Noah was certain that this girl was indulging in her own delusions of grandeur. Didn't you say that you're in the same room as Claire? Lindsley put one hand on her waist and pointed at Fianna with the other. Since you're in the same room as Claire, isn't that the same as letting Noah live with Claire? I can't accept it. Noah was sure that the reason she couldn't accept it was not that Lindsley was worried that he would do something to Claire, but that Lindsley's sense of competition for Claire had inexplicably appeared again. You want me to watch you invade another girl's room? Alice put her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, but there were tears in the corners of her eyes, as if she had been abandoned. I definitely won't allow it. Why did it become invading another girl's room? Undoubtedly, Noah hadn't expressed his opinion from the beginning to the end, right? Is that so? Fianna had an innocent expression. Then, do you want to see our student Noah in the wilderness, being exposed to the sun and rain without even a place to stay? Claire, Lindley, and Alice were at a loss for words. Fianna tightly hugged Noah's hand and said with a smile, Then it's decided. Feeling the princess' soft body tightly hugging his arm, Noah really wanted to say this. I haven't even expressed my opinion yet, right? Don't make a decision on your own, okay? Chapter 994. Although it was the Crow class with many problematic children, the treatment of the students of the Crow class was no different from that of the Mole class. In terms of dormitories, the scale of both classes was almost the same. However, Noah had once wondered if the dormitory of Elven Academy was a little too luxurious in terms of dormitories. Because from the outside, it didn't look like a dormitory at all, but more like a luxurious mansion. Now, Noah had arrived in front of the luxurious dormitory of the Crow class. In other words, in the end, Noah decided to stay in the Crow class dormitory for the time being. However, the room that Noah planned to stay in wasn't the room that Claire and Viviana were in. Humph. Lindley proudly raised her head and puffed out her chest, looking like a winner. Sure enough, in the end, it's still my overwhelming victory. Ugh. Viviana, who was acting like everything was under her control, pouted her lips unwillingly and looked at Noah with hidden bitterness. Why don't you stay with me? Don't tell me you hate the licentious princess? Although I've never thought of living with you, losing to Lin Silei is still something I can't accept. Claire also seemed to be unable to let it go, especially when she saw Lindley's triumphant look. She gnashed her teeth and glared at Noah. Why did you choose Lindley? Which part of me can't compare to this woman? Hearing Claire's words, Noah was speechless. Although strictly speaking, this sentence could not be said to be wrong. But if it was heard by someone who didn't know, they would definitely think of Pien Pien. On the contrary, Lindley brushed her waist-length golden hair and said calmly, "You're asking the obvious. Claire Lucio, of course it's because I'm better than you in every aspect. That's why Noah chose me." "No, you're mistaken." Noah couldn't help but correct her. "I just think that living with you is the least tiring way for me." Noah didn't know why Viviana was so enthusiastic about him. And whether Viviana was serious or just playing around, Noah also didn't know. However, Noah didn't know much about Viviana, but Noah already had a certain degree of understanding about Claire. To put it simply, this girl was more innocent than Alice, and more violent than Alice. If he stayed in Claire's room, even if he didn't consider Princess Vienna, Noah could predict that under Claire's sensitive and pure character, he would definitely suffer much more torment and noise than when he stayed in Alice's room. On the contrary, Lindley didn't show any excessive reaction to Noah from the beginning. This might be because of her pride, but at least this precondition there wouldn't be any commotion. This was Noah's consideration. Besides, isn't she the only one living in Lindley's room? Noah shrugged. Then, it's normal for me to stay in Lindley's room, right? There were two things that were wrong here. First, it wasn't normal for a man to live in a woman's dormitory. Second, Lindley wasn't the only one living in her room. Carol was also in her room. However, Noah only recently found out that Carol wasn't actually Lindley's roommate, but was treated as Lindley's personal belonging and arranged to stay in Lindley's room. Similar situations weren't uncommon. Like the contracted spirits of elven users, some elven users would let them live with them instead of letting them return to the elemental world. For this reason, the Elven Academy had a rule that students stayed in a room in pairs, and contracted spirits were counted as the students' personal belongings and weren't counted. Carol was such an existence. Therefore, although Carol was still living in Lindley's room was only filled with her name in the Academy's dormitory records. This was also one of the reasons why Noah chose Lindley's room. First, make it clear. Alice, who had followed along, warned Noah solemnly, her eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. "If I receive a report that you've done something dirty, I'll definitely make you into a grilled mackerel. The dishes have become more and more varied recently. Congratulations." What did you say?" "Nothing." Noah held his forehead and sighed. "All right, it's getting late. Let's all go back and rest." With that, Noah simply pulled Lindley's hand and walked in the direction of the dormitory. Lindley let out a small cry, her pretty face blushing. Ugh! Claire, Fanna, and Alice glared at Noah's back, gnashing their teeth. Only Carol chuckled and followed, running in front to lead the way. "Please come in." In front of a door, Carol opened the door and welcomed Noah in with a smile. "This is my room with the eldest Mississippi." Noah walked into Lindley's room and looked around. In terms of size and decoration, Lindley's room wasn't much different from Alice's room. The difference was that Alice's room had dolls and was decorated with pink carpets, very girlish, while Lindley's room had very tasteful decorations and furniture, full of elegance. "It's a very tasteful room," Noah praised. "It should be very comfortable to stay here." Hearing this, Lindley, who had been waiting nervously for Noah's evaluation, immediately became happy, as if she was relieved, and a confident smile hung on her face. As the eldest daughter of the Lorenfrost family, this is a given. With that, Lindley touched the edge of the wardrobe next to her and frowned slightly. "However, I haven't cleaned the room today, so it's a little dusty. I'll have to clean it a little tomorrow." "Do your best, Mississippi," Carol cheered Lindley on. "As long as eldest Miss makes a move, no matter what family matters it will be a piece of cake. The room will become beautiful in an instant." Of course, Lynn Siley was a little too pleased with herself. "Just watch me, Carol." Yes, Carol had a look of worship. Little did she know that this scene made Noah unable to look straight at it. Why does Lindley, as the miss, have to clean the room, while Carol, as the maid, is cheering her on. What are you talking about? Lindley said discontentedly. How can I let Carol do the housework? What if Carol's hands become rough? What about you? Noah's eyelids twitched. When your hands become rough. I'm Lindley of the Ice Demon, and the water fairies are all my friends. Lindley once again raised her head and puffed out her chest. How can my hands become rough? Don't say it, Mississippi, Carol urged. My stomach is almost flat from hunger. Hurry up and cook for me. Sorry, I almost forgot. Lindley seemed to have been awakened. She walked into the room, picked up an apron, and said to Noah while putting it on, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll make one for you while I'm at it. Thank you. Noah looked at Carol, who was standing at the side and smiling at Lindley, and laughed dryly. You're really not going to help your miss? Yeah. Carol looked as if the sky was falling down. Why? I'm the one who wants to ask you why. Noah finally couldn't help but ridicule. You're a maid, right? Don't you have to take on work? Who said I don't? Carol's face tensed up. I'm taking on very important work. Oh, Noah asked. What is it? Carol said with a serious face. Of course, it's to help the miss appraise the quality of the dishes. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched fiercely, and it was the kind that couldn't be stopped. After a long while, he turned his head and spoke as if he had given up. Is that so? That's really amazing. Really amazing. To be able to be so useless as a maid. Carol was indeed quite amazing. Chapter 995. It had been a long time since Noah had a dream. He had a dream of the final battle between the Saintess and the Demon King. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the previous dreams. Today, Noah once again watched the entire process of the final battle between the Saintess and the Demon King from the perspective of the Emperor. It was as if he wanted to finish the rest of the performance. Noah saw the saddest memory in his contracted sprite's life. Poochie. In the depths of the dark fortress, the dazzling silver holy sword that illuminated the space and dispelled the darkness directly pierced through the heart of the Demon King, who was burning with black flames all over his body, emitting an extremely cold light. With his heart pierced through, his entire body was enveloped by the radiance of the Demon Slayer. He had already turned into a lump of resentment, and the Demon King, who had lost all rationality, let out a hair-raising roar. Clang! The Vorpal's sword, which belonged to the strongest sword dancer in the Demon King's hand, fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The spirit engravings that were branded on the Demon King's body, representing the 72 spirit pillars that he had enslaved, were gradually annihilated under the strong light, disappearing without a trace. It was just like what was mentioned in the legends. The Demon Slayer, which possessed a terrifying resistance to curses that could even break the contract between spirits and spirit users, directly dispelled the contract between the Demon King and the 72 spirit pillars that he had enslaved, freeing all of the Demon King's spirits. Under this strong light, the Demon King, who was like a lump of resentment, seemed to be purified and gradually dissipated. Not long after, he completely disappeared from this world. The Saintess, Alicia, who was holding the Demon Slayer, was pale and powerless as she sat on the ground. She had a duel to the death with the Demon King, who had inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. Even if the other party was just a lump of resentment that had not fully awakened, he was still a terrifying opponent. Although she did not suffer any serious injuries, Alicia's divine power had long been exhausted, and her eyes were filled with deep fatigue. Clang! The Demon Slayer, in Alicia's hand, lit up and gradually turned into a human figure amidst a burst of light particles. That was the true form of the Demon Slayer, Aster. Master! Aster looked at his master. Although his face was expressionless, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Are you all right, Aster? Alicia turned her gaze towards her contracted spirit. Looking at the extremely cute yet emotionless face of her contracted spirit, she smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, not only was Aster not at ease, but his heart clenched. Alicia might not have noticed. She, who was known as the Saintess, had a sad and heartbreaking smile on her face at this moment. Master! Aster's heart began to beat faster, and he couldn't help but say, "Are you really all right?" Alicia did not say anything else, and only looked at Aster. It was as if she wanted to forever remember Aster's appearance in her heart. The smile on her face became more and more sorrowful. She looked as if she had a bad premonition, causing Aster to have an ominous premonition. Katja! Right at this moment, a strange sound came from Alicia's body. It was as if something was gradually condensing. Then, under Aster's expression, the saintess, who had a sad smile on her face, began to gradually change from her ankles. Gradually, it condensed into a beautiful spirit or crystal. Katja, Katja, Katja. As the strange sound became more frequent, Alicia's body began to crystallize bit by bit, turning her soft body into a hard crystal. Master. Aster's expressionless face finally showed a panicked expression. Aster. Alicia placed her right hand that could still move on Aster's head. She still had that heart-wrenching smile on her face. Don't show such an expression. I knew this would happen from the start. As she said this, Alicia's fingertips began to crystallize as well. At this moment, Aster finally saw it. On the back of Alicia's hand, the spirit mark that represented the unbreakable contract between her and Aster was shining brightly. It was not the holy white light that Aster's spirit equipment emitted. Instead, it was a black light that resembled the night sky. Aster understood when he saw this. Alicia's crystallization originated from herself. It originated from her contract with the strongest sword spirit. This was something that even Aster did not know about, because before meeting Alicia, Aster had never formed a contract with any spirit. Hence, at this moment, Aster understood. It was a curse. In the past, the curse was broken by the Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer had the highest level of curse resistance. It was a spirit equipment that could eliminate all spirit magic and curses. However, those curses did not disappear from this world. Instead, they accumulated in the Demon Slayer. When the accumulated curses in the Demon Slayer reached a critical point, the Demon Slayer would send all the curses back to its contractor. In other words, Aster was not a Demon Slayer. It allowed the user to exchange their life for great power. Aster was without a doubt a Demon Slayer. Now, after purifying Demon King Solomon, who had turned into a lump of resentment, the accumulated curses in the Demon Slayer had finally reached a critical point. How could this be? How could this be? Aster's trembling hand held onto Alicia's hand that had gradually turned into a hard spirit, or he shook his head helplessly. Master, I didn't know. I didn't know this would happen. Hearing this, Alicia smiled faintly. I know, Aster didn't know this would happen. So, this is not your fault. Master, Aster's voice trembled. You knew this would happen, yet, that's right, Aster. Alicia gently stroked Aster's silver-white hair while revealing a serene expression. I did it willingly, to save the continent that was being invaded by the Demon King. Alicia, who was known as the Saintess of Salvation, chose to fight despite knowing Aster's nature. She chose this ending? No. Aster's small hand carelessly stroked Alicia's gradually crystallized body. His tender voice trembled even more. No, don't. Alicia only stared at Aster. Her expression became more and more serene, more and more gentle. In the end, Alicia left these words. Goodbye, Aster. With these words, the Saintess, who carried the expectations of an entire era and continued to fight against the Demon King, who had been alone all her life, had her entire head crystallized. Aster could only stare blankly at Alicia, who had crystallized like a statue. She still had a serene and gentle smile on her face, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Maintaining this appearance, Aster accompanied Alicia for 3 whole years. 3 years later, Aster personally sealed herself in a sword in the Demon King's castle, in order to not let her sinful self form a contract with someone else, in order to not lose the most important person. Before Aster fell into a deep sleep, she firmly made a vow to herself. In this life, she would never open her heart to anyone until that man appeared. Gentle sunlight shone in from the window, waking Noah from his sleep. Noah slowly opened his eyes, but only stared at the ceiling. He reached out and tightly grasped Aster, who had turned into a dagger beside the pillow. His strength was strong enough to crush ordinary stones. After a while, Noah lifted the blanket and got up from the bed. On the bed beside him, Lindley and Carol were hugging each other, sleeping very soundly. Noah brought Aster and quietly walked out of the room. Chapter 996. The early morning sun shone on the elf forest, filling the entire forest with a kind of vitality, which was especially heartwarming. On a small stone path, Noah was holding Aster's hand as they slowly walked into the depths of the forest. Aster held Noah's hand while matching Noah's pace. His head was tilted as he stared at Noah. His mysterious eyes were filled with doubt. "Master, do you have something to say to me?" Yesterday, Aster had been resting due to Noah's request. The elven device in the form of a dagger was carried by Noah. Therefore, Aster didn't know what happened yesterday. However, Noah suddenly woke Aster up and brought him for a walk in the elven forest. Aster's intuition told him that Noah had something important to tell him. However, half an hour had passed since they entered the elven forest. In this half an hour, Noah didn't speak to Aster at all. He only walked forward, causing Aster's doubt to grow. In the end, Aster could only say this: "Did I do something wrong? Is Master going to punish me in a very perverted way?" Noah's indifferent expression was destroyed by Aster's words. His entire face fell. "Why would you have such a thought? Didn't Master say this before?" Aster blinked. "If you did something wrong, then you would be punished in a very perverted way. That was used to scare Alice. I didn't really intend to do that." Noah's face was bitter. "Aster, you didn't take it seriously, did you?" Aster looked at Noah in disbelief. It was as if he was saying, "Isn't that so?" "All right." Noah sighed. "I didn't intend to punish you in a perverted way. It's not that Aster did anything wrong. I just wanted to have a good chat with Aster." Aster looked straight at Noah. His pair of mysterious eyes began to flicker. Being stared at by Aster, Noah didn't walk forward. He stopped and let go of Aster's hand. He squatted in front of Aster, maintaining eye contact with him. Aster seemed to have seen something from Noah's pitch-black eyes. The indescribable expression in his eyes became more and more shaken. "Don't tell me you already know?" Noah didn't answer immediately. Instead, he extended his hand and rubbed Aster's head like before. "Are you referring to the fact that you have the ability to curse a contractor?" Aster fell silent after hearing this. "I saw it." Noah continued to rub Aster's head. His gaze didn't leave Aster's sight. "Your previous contractor, the Saintess of Salvation, Alicia's final outcome." Aster's eyes rippled with uncontrollable emotions. However, the pair of eyes that used to sparkle seemed to have dimmed at this moment. They had lost a lot of their luster. "I only found out about it then," Aster said expressionlessly. "I'm a demonic sword with a curse that will eventually kill its owner. I'm not a holy sword." Although Aster's face didn't have any expression, his eyes revealed traces of sorrow. "Alicia died because of me. If I knew I was such an ominous sword, I definitely wouldn't have formed a contract with anyone. However, this small wish wasn't realistic at all, because Alicia had a curse that would eventually kill its owner. Apart from forming a contract with the elven envoy and witnessing it with one's own eyes, there was no other way to find out. Unless, from the very beginning, Aster didn't know that he was cursed and would never sign a contract with any elves. Otherwise, when Aster found out about his true nature, he would have personally witnessed his own curse killing his owner. This matter was quite ironic. As the highest grade elven device, I can break any curse in this world, but I can't break my own curse. Aster looked straight at Noah as though he wasn't talking about himself. A holy sword that can even kill a demon king. If the main body of the holy sword is a powerful force that can only be exchanged with one's life, then it wouldn't be strange for it to be able to kill a demon king who has inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. Listening to Aster's self-deprecating words, Noah continued to rub Aster's head. His gaze was full of tolerance. At this moment, Aster couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked away from Noah's gaze and spoke softly. My existence itself is a sin. Master, actually, I don't have the qualifications to become anyone's sword. Along with this sentence, an indescribably heavy atmosphere filled the surroundings. However, Noah laughed. His laughter dispelled the heavy atmosphere in the surroundings. Is that what you really think? Noah looked straight at Aster. If that's what you really think, then why did you form a contract with me? Because Aster's tone couldn't help but carry some emotions. Isn't it because Master is immune to all curses? Isn't it the same as me, or even higher than me? The legendary demon slayer indeed didn't have the qualifications to form a contract with any elven envoy. However, that was under the circumstance that it would eventually kill its owner. If the elven envoy had the ability to not be affected by curses, then what would happen? At that time, Aster, who intended to reject Noah's contract, couldn't help but accept Noah's contract when he found out that Noah had such resistance to curses. Furthermore, in order to carve the elven mark on Noah's body that could even nullify the elven contract, Aster had almost exhausted all of his strength to maintain his form. What did this prove? You must be very lonely, right? Noah said with some pity. Being sealed in the sword for days, Master. Aster's eyes wavered. Don't want to form a contract with anyone. That's just a lie. Noah exposed Aster's feelings. Otherwise, after knowing that I won't be affected by curses, you wouldn't have used up all your energy to engrave the elven engraving on me and form a contract with me. I know, you must be very lonely. Noah smiled and patted Aster's head. But that ends here. In this world, there was no other elven envoy more suitable than Noah to form a contract with Aster, because Aster's curse couldn't affect Noah at all. You once said that you hope that I won't die before you, right? At this moment, Noah's tone was unusually gentle. Listen well, Aster, I definitely won't die. So, you have to be my sword forever and live happily, understand? Master, Aster raised his eyes and stared at Noah. His eyes lit up again. Then, Aster took a deep breath. His voice was unprecedentedly strong and powerful. Then, I asked Master to form a contract with me. You definitely won't die before me. Oath. That was a ceremony used to swear an oath between elves and elven envoys. The contents of the oath were decided by the two parties who intended to make the oath, and it was established under the witness of the ceremony. Once the oath was broken, the breaching party, no matter if it was the elven envoy or the elven envoy, would be severely punished. For example, if there was an elven envoy who broke the oath, that person would not be able to receive the blessings of the elven envoy for a long period of time and would be hated by other elves. In serious cases, they would even lose the ability to summon elves. Because it was such an effective ceremony, the contents of the oath ceremony were even seen as a step to form a formal contract with a high-ranking elven envoy. And the content of the oath was that after making the oath, they would kiss each other. I hereby swear that I will live forever as your sword. Alice couldn't help but lean into Noah's embrace. She raised her chin and stared at Noah. So, please also make an oath that you definitely won't die before me. After he finished speaking, Aster closed his eyes and lifted his chin to look at Noah. When making the contract, although it had to be kissed for it to take effect, it didn't specify where it had to be kissed. Logically speaking, even kissing the back of the hand was enough to establish the oath. However, there is also an unwritten rule that when making the oath, the more important the location of the kiss, the stronger the effect of the oath. So, to which G, who had to maintain her purity, and the elves who only opened their hearts, to which G, kissing the lips was definitely the most important location. It was obvious how much Aster valued this oath. Looking at the beautiful elven girl snuggling up at his arms and asking for a kiss from him, Noah did not have any evil thoughts in his heart. Instead, there was only endless pity and warmth. I also hereby swear that as long as Aster lives as my sword, I will never die before you. Leaving these words, Noah captured Aster's lips without hesitation. Chapter 997. Chirp. After an unknown amount of time, Noah finally let go of the extremely soft lips. He lowered his head and looked at Aster, who was nestled in his embrace. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. He suddenly smiled. Aster was still expressionless. However, this elf girl's eyes were filled with a mysterious feeling. Her lake-like, clear spirit swayed, as if she was reminiscing about something or was intoxicated by something. She didn't look away and just looked at Noah. Everything was understood without words. Just as the warm atmosphere spread between Noah and Aster, Noah's heart suddenly moved. He abruptly turned his head and looked to the side. Almost at the same time, a clear laughter like a silver bell echoed and entered Noah and Aster's ears. To be able to find a master who is so considerate of her, Miss Sacred Sword seems to be quite lucky this time. The sudden laughter woke Aster up and made her react. She turned her head and looked at the source of the voice. On a nearby tree, there was a young girl wearing a dark-colored dress. Her beautiful black, waist-length hair swayed in the wind. She was like a fairy of the night. She was sitting on a tree branch with her little legs crossed. She was looking down at Noah and Aster. Her delicate face had an innocent and unfathomable smile. Aster's expressionless face carried an undetectable vigilance. Dark Elf. The newcomer was Lastia. However, when Aster looked at Lastia, Noah's gaze went past her and stared at the bottom of the tree where Lastia was. There was another girl standing there. She was wearing an exotic costume similar to a witch's costume. She also had a head of beautiful black hair. However, her temperament wasn't as dark as Lastia's. Instead, it was more peaceful. Almost all the elf envoys on the continent knew this girl. We actually met here. The girl who was hailed as the strongest sword dancer met Noah's gaze and lightly opened her red lips. Perhaps this is fate. Destiny? Noah raised an eyebrow and curled his lips into a smile. Don't push everything to fate. You're only here because you don't want to leave, right? No, we have already left this place. Lotus gently shook her head. However, we received a piece of news midway, so we came back. That's how it is. Losty giggled as she sat on a tree. Thanks to this, I got to see a pretty good show. Noah narrowed his eyes, stood up, and looked at Lastia. Is that Geo and Zaxi really related to you? Geo and Zax? Lotus frowned and raised her head to look at Lestia on the tree. Lestia, what are you doing behind my back again? Ren, can you not blame me every time you hear something bad? Lestia shrugged. I only told that guy who calls himself the Demon King the news that would interest him. Other than that, I didn't do anything else. Hearing this, Lian's tone became a little reproachful. But I didn't know about this either. I just felt that there was no need to tell you about such a small fry, Lestia said matter-of-factly. Interacting with such a stupid guy will only lower your class. Run. Seeing that Lestia didn't seem to think that she did anything wrong, Lotus could only helplessly sigh. You're always like this, doing things behind my back that I don't know about. Lotus said as she looked at Noah again. That man came from the academy like me. Although he's a little clever, he shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Academy. Noah felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Are you talking about the assassin training facility that was exposed 4 years ago? 4 years ago, an organization that specialized in training assassins was nearly destroyed due to an unknown incident and was exposed to the eyes of the entire continent. After that, the Empire sent out a group of knights to investigate the assassin training organization. The result was shocking. The so-called assassin training facility was actually built with the support of many nobles in the Empire. Because of this, a huge storm was set off in the Empire. All the nobles behind the assassin training facility were exposed, causing a huge commotion in the Empire. After that, the Empire's knights completely annihilated the assassin training organization. Most of the orphans in the organization were protected by the Empire. After a long period of time, the situation gradually calmed down. Because of this, the assassin training organization's name was widely spread in the Empire. Noah remembered that when he was collecting information about this world, he had inadvertently seen a record of this matter in a document. The assassin training facility's name was the academy. Lotus and Geo both came from that academy. Doesn't that mean, in the past, I was once trained as a tool to kill people? Lotus did not try to hide anything and made a declaration in a straightforward manner. Although, I haven't killed anyone yet. From Lotus's words, Noah did not detect a trace of falsehood. In the records of the academy, Noah also remembered that at that time, other than most of the orphans being protected by the Empire, there was a small number of orphans who took the opportunity to escape and sneaked around the world. Lotus and Geo were probably part of this small number of orphans, right? Noah immediately asked. In other words, you're really in cahoots with Geo and Zagi? Lotus would never be in cahoots with such a tasteless person. Losty spoke before Lotus could speak. It's just that that guy seems to be very easy to use. That's why I found him. It has nothing to do with Lotus. Then what are you planning to do with that guy? Noah looked at Losty with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't tell me you're planning to use that guy to deal with me? After the previous dispute with Lotus, Losty once went to Noah alone and threatened to stop Noah from taking the world fragment from Lotus. Could it be that Losty used Geo for this purpose? However, Lestia only smiled mischievously at him. That kind of fake demon king probably can't even deal with elven envoys at the level of the 12 Knight Generals. So how can he deal with you? Then why did you let that guy come to me? Noah frowned. Don't tell me you want to see my performance again. Even if I don't say anything, the news about you will spread to the entire continent. When that imposter hears the news, she will still come looking for you. Lestia lowered her head and glanced at Lotus, who was still under the tree. However, I didn't expect that the fake would cause something interesting to jump out. Something interesting? Noah's frown deepened as he stared at Lotus. Speaking of which, you just said that you came back because you heard some news that you cared about, right? Lotus didn't nod or shake her head. She only hesitated for a moment before asking Noah. In the Elven Academy of Alicia, there's an elven envoy called Versilia Eva Faringelto, right? Versilia? Noah didn't expect to suddenly hear this name from Lotus's mouth. He was a little surprised all of a sudden. Did you come back because of Versilia? Lotus nodded. Then, she thought about it carefully and shook her head. That's not right. I can only say that Versilia Eva Faringelto is part of the reason why I came back. Noah and Aster looked at each other. What's the matter? Losty teased Noah, trying to keep him in suspense. Don't you want to know what we want to do? What you want to do has nothing to do with me. Noah's furrowed brows slowly relaxed as he spoke indifferently. However, if you still want to come after me, I won't hold back anymore. After saying this, Noah was about to leave with Aster when Lotus suddenly spoke. If possible, I hope you can help me a little. Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped. Chapter 998. Help. Noah slowly turned around and didn't say anything. He signaled for Lotus to continue with her words with his eyes. On the other hand, Losty, who was sitting on the tree, frowned slightly. Lotus, are you sure you want to ask him for help? With his help, it will be much easier for us, Lotus said without hesitation. After all, I'm not a student of that academy. I can't act openly in that academy. With your abilities, even if you barge into the Elven Academy openly, no one will be able to do anything to you, right? Losty still couldn't let it go. Even if you don't want to barge in so recklessly, you can still sneak in. Although Lotus was known as the strongest sword dancer and was famous for her beautiful sword dances, she had also been trained as an assassin in the academy. Her ability to hide and sneak in was definitely not ordinary. With her abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for her to sneak into the Elven Academy. However, Lotus shook her head. Indeed, it wouldn't be difficult for me to sneak into the academy. But that's only if the witch isn't there. That witch? Lastia's tone was filled with doubt. Even if it's Gray and Vath, they won't be able to do anything to you, right? Don't forget, Lotus could freely use the power of the Dark Elf King. If she used that power, even the strongest elf on the continent wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Losty, you're underestimating that witch. She might not be as strong as I am now, but if I sneak into the Elven Academy, it'll be fine if I don't meet her. But if I do, I'll definitely be discovered, Lotus said with certainty. that which has spent more than half of her life being assassinated by others. Her mental acuity has been honed to a terrifying level. If you want to hide, it's impossible to not be discovered in front of that witch. Noah secretly agreed with Lotus's words. Even Noah, with the invisibility helmet, was discovered by Gray and Vath, let alone others. If possible, I don't want to have any contact with that witch at all. Lotus's tone would only become extremely displeased when Gray and Vaz were mentioned. The most frightening thing about that, which isn't her strength. You should understand that, Lestia. Restia was speechless. Noah could understand why Lotus was so disgusted with Gray and Vaz. Because there was a time when Noah, like Lotus, hated that witch to death. When teaching Noah, the witch never used a method of oral teaching. Instead, she directly made Noah feel it with his body. For example, in order to teach Noah the initial form of the absolute sword skill, Gray and Vath would suddenly use purple lightning when Noah was asleep and attack Noah mercilessly. According to her, being attacked in such an unguarded situation was the most memorable thing for a person. Only in this way could the absolute sword skill be firmly engraved in Noah's mind. In addition, Gray and Vath also used all kinds of swindling methods to make Noah hunt all kinds of powerful elves in the elven forest. Even the sleeping demon god elves in the deepest part of the forest were awakened, and then made Noah use the absolute sword skill to deal with them. Apart from that, no other power was allowed. During that time, Noah really wanted to do all kinds of things to that witch. Even Noah was like that. Lotus, who was also taught the absolute sword skill by Gray and Vath when she was young, must have suffered even worse treatment, right? Lotus wasn't afraid of Gray and Vath. Lotus just didn't want to be swindled by that witch again and trigger those unbearable memories of the past. To put it simply, Lotus was almost traumatized by Gray and Vath. Moreover, it's not very appropriate for me to directly contact Versilia, Eva, Faringelto. Lotus turned her gaze back to Noah. So, I hope you can help me verify whether Versilia, Eva Faringelto, has been transplanted with the incantation rune. Incantation rune? Noah was stunned. Incantation rune. To put it simply, it was a kind of incantation that was artificially added to the elven user. The effect of this incantation was different from the elven incantation that was obtained after forming a contract with the elves. It had all kinds of strange abilities. For example, it could forcefully draw out the elves' abilities or add different attributes to the elves, or even greatly increase the elves' divine might. Because of this powerful effect, incantation rune was widely used during the Lambard War. However, due to the inexplicable side effects of the incantation, many people died one after another. It was very inhumane. Therefore, after the war, the incantation had been banned by the various countries. No more transplants were allowed to be carried out. Of course, that was on the surface. In the dark, some countries and organizations were still conducting research on spell engraving. You're saying that Versilia has been transplanted with the incantation rune? Noah asked. What's going on? I don't know the details. Lotus turned around and looked in the direction of the Elven Academy. I'm only here because an acquaintance told me that Versilia Eva Faringelto might have been transplanted with the incantation rune. Moreover, it's because of me. You? Noah was confused. Then, he realized something. Could it be? Lotus was silent for a moment. After a while, she spoke in a low voice. I have a wish that I want to fulfill no matter what. So, 3 years ago, I participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. This sentence made Celestia, who was sitting on the tree, fall silent. At that time, I only had this wish in my eyes and heart. Lotus's voice sounded as if it came from the distant horizon, echoing in the surroundings. For the sake of this wish, 3 years ago, I only blindly defeated the enemies in front of me. At that time, they were also just enemies. Other than that, whether it was their name, appearance, or even identity, they were all unimportant. Versilia Eva Faringelto. Lotus sighed. I only knew this name after the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Hearing this, Noah more or less sympathized with Versilia. Undoubtedly, Versilia was so obsessed with Lotus because she wanted to prove herself. At that time, Lotus didn't even care about Versilia. She only knew Versilia's name after the Elven Sword Dance Festival. If Noah was in her shoes, it was imaginable how unwilling he would be. An acquaintance of mine told me that Versilia Eva Ferrangelto might have gone astray because of me. She might have transplanted spells into her body, Lotus said in a deep voice. On the way, I heard that Versilia Eva Ferrangelto had rushed back to Alicia Elven Academy overnight because of me. That's why I came back. Why? Noah stared at Lotus's back. Could it be that you feel that you owe Versilia something? Lotus didn't answer Noah's question. Instead, she spoke in a decisive tone. If it's really because of the past me that Versilia Eva Ferrangelto chose this path of destruction, then I have to personally resolve this grudge. Then, Lotus turned around and looked at Noah. For this reason, I need to confirm whether Versilia Eva Ferrangelto has transplanted the incantation. However, it's not convenient for me to move around Alicia Elven Academy as I don't want to cause any trouble. So, I need your help. Oh, Noah raised an eyebrow. You want me to help you confirm whether Versilia transplanted spells into her body? Because of me, you've also been targeted by Versilia Eva Ferrangle, haven't you? Rin said. You'll have to face Versilia Eva Ferrangalto sooner or later anyway. My matter is just a matter of convenience to you, right? But don't forget, Noah glanced at Lastia. I'm not so kind as to help someone who keeps finding trouble with me. Lastia smiled sweetly. Lotus, that's what I said. Lotus's eyes flickered. After a while, she sighed and pressed her hand on her heart. Then, for the sake of this heart, how about you help me this time? This time, Noah was at his wit's end. Chapter 999. Alicia Elven Academy, outside the entrance square. Lotus furrowed her beautiful brows as she stared at the entrance of the Alicia Elven Academy that had just been visited in an unfriendly manner. Do we really have to sneak in? You've asked this question no less than 10 times, and I've answered it nearly 10 times, Noah said in annoyance. Didn't you say that if Versilia wanted to implant the spell, you would have to do it yourself? But we haven't confirmed if Versilia Eva has the rune yet, right? Lotus's brows were still furrowed. So, before you confirm if Versilia Eva has the rune, I can just wait for your news in the Elven Forest. I'm just here to assist, Noah reminded her. After all, I'm not close to Versilia at all. Even if I want to confirm if she has the rune, I can't just do it openly, right? Do you want me to strip Versilia naked to see if there are any runes on her body? But Lotus was still a little reluctant. That which is also inside. When I think of this, I don't want to go in at all. Are you the resistant to Grey Eva? Noah facepalmed and sighed. Then, it's fine as long as you don't meet Grey Eva, right? Are you going to cover for me to sneak in? Lotus didn't seem to be optimistic about this plan at all. The witch's intuition is very sharp. Even if I've received special training in infiltration, once I'm caught by the witch's sharp sense of smell, there's no way I won't be exposed. Don't worry, Noah suddenly smiled. You don't have to sneak in. You just have to be like me and walk in openly. Walk in openly? Lotus looked at Noah in confusion. Noah didn't answer Lotus's question. Instead, he reached out his hand. A golden ripple appeared in front of Noah's outstretched hand and was probed by Noah. Lotus was slightly taken aback when she saw this. What is this? Noah couldn't be bothered to explain. He groped around in the golden ripples and finally took out a helmet-like hat. This is the helmet of invisibility. Noah tossed the helmet to Lotus. As long as you wear it, not only can it hide your figure, it can also eliminate your smell and voice. This way, you can openly walk in with me. You actually have such a miraculous item. Lotus fiddled with the invisibility helmet in her hand in surprise, but after a while, she shook her head. However, even if it's such a miraculous thing, it definitely won't be able to escape the sharp senses of that witch. Before Noah could respond to Lotus's words, the pitch-black night's sword at her waist glowed faintly and made a sound. Lotus, don't you care too much about the Twilight Witch? I've snuck into this academy twice and wasn't discovered. That's because you haven't met that witch yet, Celestia. Lotus shook her head. If you meet that witch, as long as you approach her just a little bit, you will definitely be discovered. That witch is already instinctive when she discovers that you are sneaking around her. Just as Lotus's voice fell, the silver steel sword at Noah's waist in the form of a short sword also glowed faintly and made a sound. You've approached Master twice, and Master has also discovered you. You should be glad that you didn't approach Master with hostility, Dark Elf. Oh, Celestia, who had transformed into a pitch-black knight's sword, provoked. If I approach your Master with hostility, what would you do, Miss Sacred Sword? Of course I would destroy you. Aster, who had transformed into a short sword, replied emotionlessly. It wouldn't be the first time I've destroyed you anyway. Huh? Celestia's bell-like laughter began to reverberate, but there wasn't much joy in her laughter. You really dare to say that, Miss Sacred Sword. The two legendary holy swords and demon swords that once belonged to the Saintess and the Demon King respectively became more dazzling, causing a hostile atmosphere to pervade the surroundings. Seeing this, Noah and Lotus were somewhat helpless. Who knew if it was because they were mortal enemies in the past, but Aster and Celestia didn't seem to get along well. This wasn't the first time the two highest-ranked elves quarreled. Immediately, Noah hurriedly returned to the topic at hand. Indeed, Greyvath's senses are terrifyingly sharp. Even if you wear this helmet, you won't be able to hide from her. But as long as you don't have any hostility towards her, unless she directly passes by you, it will be very difficult for her to discover you. Is that so? Lotus muttered to herself and nodded. All right then, I'll give it a try. But what should I do after sneaking in? Let's go and meet my teammates first. Noah had already thought about it. Not only am I not familiar with Versilia, but our relationship is also very bad. It's not suitable for you to directly contact Versilia, so we'll need their help. Your teammates? Lotus had some reaction to this sentence. The teammates who participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival with you? Yes. Noah asked curiously. Is there a problem? Lotus was silent for a moment, then said this sentence. Your teammates seem to be Claire Lucio and Fianna Rayodija, right? Oh. Noah raised an eyebrow. You seem to know quite well. Celestia told me everything. Lotus touched the invisibility helmet in her hand and nodded as if she had thought of something. All right, let's go and meet them. What's wrong? Noah glanced at Lotus. Have you ever interacted with Claire and Fianna? You can say so. Lotus said, I've told you before that Versilia was told to me by an acquaintance, and that acquaintance has an extraordinary relationship with Claire Lucio and Fianna Rayodija. After saying this, Lien sighed again. Moreover, I've also interacted with the princess before. Lotus did not say anything else and put on the invisibility helmet. As Lotus put on the invisibility helmet, the figure that had captivated countless elves gradually disappeared into the air. Noah, with his sensing ability, could vaguely sense Lotus' presence beside him. And without his sensing ability, even Noah would have a hard time discovering Lotus's existence, wouldn't he? I really don't know how sharp the witch's senses are to be able to detect. It was hard to tell whether Noah's words were out of admiration or admiration. Then, he walked through the gate of Alicia Elven Academy. Walking in the Alicia Elf Academy, Noah walked towards the dormitory of the Crow class at a leisurely pace. Around him, groups of students wearing Elven Academy uniforms were walking back and forth. When they saw Noah, not only did they cast their usual curious and fearful gazes at Noah, they even started whispering amongst themselves. Look, that male Elven user didn't bring the Fire Cat and Ice Demon from the Crow class with him today. Aren't those two problematic children from the Crow class the Elven user's pets? Yeah, I heard that they're the Elven user's pets at night. It's not just the Fire Cat and Ice Demon from the Crow class. Even the leader of the Wind King Knights was taken by him. So impure. Yeah, so lousy, but he's an expert who can compete with Lotus's Subble. Yeah, his sword dance is exactly the same as Lotus's Subble's. His sword dance is so beautiful. Yeah, I saw it too. Now that I think about it, I really envy the Fire Cat and Ice Demon from the Crow class. I also want to experience the feeling of being his pet. I know, I know. Similar conversations continued to spread from all around, causing Noah's face to twitch. Noah could even feel that there was an unusually disdainful gaze fixed on him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, a rather cold voice suddenly sounded. "Where have you been?" Chapter 1000. Where did you go? When such a slightly cold voice sounded, whether it was Noah who was attracted by the surrounding whispers or Lotus who was wearing an invisible helmet, they were all startled, because to Noah and Lotus, this voice was too familiar. Immediately, Noah and Lotus both turned their gazes to the front. In front of the school building, Gravath was slowly walking towards Noah with strong and forceful steps. Whoosh! At this moment, Lotus, who was in the invisible state, took a big step forward without hesitation. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, she shot towards the bushes in the distance. Gravath, who was walking towards Noah, slightly paused and frowned. Why does it feel like something suddenly disappeared? Hearing Gravath's muttering, Noah was almost scared again. Lotus was right. Gravath's senses were really sharp to a terrifying extent. Just now, if Lotus didn't escape in time, Gravath would have definitely discovered it. The scariest part was yet to come. It seems to have disappeared from that direction, right? Gravath cast her gaze to the trees in the distance, and the small glasses on her face flashed with a trace of light. Well, since I have nothing to do anyway, maybe I can find something interesting. After saying this, Gravath wanted to ignore Noah and walk towards the direction where Lotus was hiding. Noah was about to break out in cold sweat. He quickly said, "What? Do you need something from me?" "Nothing, I just saw you go out so early, so I just asked." Gravath's mind didn't seem to be on Noah. She waved at Noah. "Since you don't have anything to do, hurry up and go back to accompany those ladies of yours. Although they are a little innocent, if you train them well, they will definitely become good pets." "Who wants to train those ladies into pets?" Noah retorted. "So that's how you see me all along? Oh, don't you like innocent little girls?" Gravath finally turned her gaze to Noah, the corner of her mouth raised. "Or do you want to change your taste and play with mature adults? Do you want me to satisfy you? You just want to know what your head is made of," which Noah said with some dissatisfaction. "Do you really want to play with men younger than you?" "Don't misunderstand. I only do this to interesting people," Gravath said with a smile. "So don't worry. I'm not the kind of fickle woman you think I am. You can verify it if you want. Unfortunately, I have no interest in old women who are about to turn 40. Noah's tone became nasty. "You'd better go somewhere else and find someone interesting you like." Leaving the sentence, Noah turned around and left. Only now did Noah understand Lotus's dislike for Gravath. This witch's personality was really nasty. Seeing Noah leave, Gravath snorted softly. She lifted her feet again and walked in the direction of the bushes where Lotus was hiding. However, at this time, Lotus had already found an opportunity to leave. So, Gravath was destined to not discover anything. After turning into a corner, Noah let out a sigh of relief. "Don't tell me that witch has the same sensory ability as I do." As soon as his voice fell, another voice sounded from behind Noah. "I told you, that witch's sense of smell is terrifyingly sharp. If it wasn't for this helmet, I would have been discovered." After taking off the helmet, Lotus, who revealed her body, seemed to have some lingering fear. "I really don't want to deal with that witch anymore. I feel the same." Noah spread his hands and glanced at Lotus. "However, this way, Gravath will be led to another place. I don't have to worry about running into her anymore." "That's true." Lotus nodded. "To be safe, I'll wait until I reach my destination." After saying that, Lotus put on the helmet of invisibility again and disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lotus disappear again, Noah let out a sigh of relief and continued to walk toward the dormitory of the Crow class. After returning to Lindsley's room, Noah opened the door and several gazes were cast on Noah. Immediately after, those gazes all turned into angry glares filled with anger. Ugh! Noah's expression suddenly became resentful. In Lindsley's room, whether it was Lindsley, Claire, Fana, or Alice, they were all present. Only Carol was nowhere to be seen. She was probably still sleeping. Meanwhile, the gazes of the group of young ladies towards Noah were filled with fury. "Hey, Noah." Lindley smiled sweetly, but no matter how one looked at it, that smile seemed to be angry. "Can you explain why you weren't here so early in the morning?" Claire, Fana, and Alice didn't speak, but their angry gazes revealed that they were all thinking the same thing. Under the furious gazes of the girls, Noah scratched his cheek and asked tentatively, "Did I make you guys worried?" As soon as these words were spoken, the four girls surprisingly reacted in unison, and all of them retorted, Who was worried about you?" That's right. We were just afraid that you'd go out and do some dirty things again." That's right. Noah didn't know what to say. There should be a limit to being arrogant, right? What was Chi-Chi going to do with being arrogant? "By the way, why are you all here?" Noah walked into the room and asked curiously. "There isn't a team competition today, right?" "We're here to study a new battle plan." Claire was the first to speak. "Now that we have Fana in our team, we should be able to organize more flexible tactics, right? Although the Gods' Parliament didn't teach us the techniques of sword dance, they taught us a lot of ritual music." Fana volunteered. "So, you guys will be the ones to fight. I'll dance ritual music for you guys from the back to support you." This was a very big help. One had to know that ritual music was different from sword dance in that it could give elven users all kinds of support and effects. If there was a witch proficient in ritual music, it would be very advantageous for a team battle. Not to mention, Fana wasn't an ordinary witch. She had been recommended and almost became an elven witch who stood at the top of all witches. With Fianna's help, it would definitely be a big advantage for Claire and Lindsley. Of course, Noah wouldn't be able to do that. After all, the auxiliary effects of ritual music would be bounced off by Noah's body. Come to think of it, Claire and Lindley should be very clear about the great help that Fianna could bring, which was why they had gathered so early in the morning to discuss tactics. As for Alice, this night leader's reason seemed to be a bit hesitant. I'm just here to see if you've done anything bad." It seemed like this night leader was still worried about nothing as usual, but it's great that you're all here. Noah turned around and closed the door, even locking it. This action caused the group of young ladies to be startled at first. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, and their faces all flushed red. "You? What do you want to do?" Claire pointed at Noah with a red face. Why did you lock the door?" You're not planning to do something shameful, are you?" Lindsley glared at Noah, her pretty face a bit red. "What do you want to do to us?" I didn't expect classmate Noah to have such a strong taste. Fianna's smile seemed to be a bit stiff. "No matter what, if the five of us are together, it's really a bit... You've been planning this all along." Alice's hand reflexively reached for the hilt of the knight, sword at her waist. "Watch me make you into fish sauce sushi, beast." The corner of Noah's mouth twitched, and he sighed heavily. "Your delusions can break through the heavens. You can even think of that when you lock the door. How passionate are you?" Passionate? Passionate? The group of four girls froze on the spot. It was as if he was right. Chapter 1001. Seeing Claire, Lindsley, Fana, and Alice blushing, Noah could only bitterly laugh. "All right, you should quickly adjust your state. If the person you're looking forward to sees you like this, you'll definitely regret it." The person we're looking forward to? The four girls were startled. Noah didn't say anything and only looked to his side. Claire, Lindsley, Fana, and Alice followed Noah's gaze and looked in that direction. Then, the scene that appeared in front of the four girls caused all of the girls present to open their eyes to their widest. With an almost inaudible vibration, Lotus, who had taken off the invisibility helmet, slowly appeared there. She raised her eyes and looked at all the girls with a pair of frightening eyes. She wore an exotic and familiar outfit, elegant and natural, with beautiful black hair that reached her waist. At her waist, there was a pitch-black knight's sword that exuded a strange and ominous aura. This image had already become the most engraved image in the hearts of countless elven users. They would never forget it. Claire, Linley, Frianna, and Alice were among the four of them, staring blankly at Lotus, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Claire, Linsley, Frianna, and Alice looked at each other in dismay, and then spoke as if they were sleep-talking. I think I saw an illusion. I think so, I'm the same as you guys. In other words, we all saw the same illusion, right? The group of four girls immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Lotus seemed to feel embarrassed to remain silent and spoke softly. It's not an illusion. However, as soon as this voice sounded, the girls fell silent, and only after a while did they all gasp at the same time. Lotus! 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 Linsley pointed at Lotus with a trembling finger and then realized how impolite this action was. She hurriedly lowered her hand. Lotus! Lotus! Claire, Frianna, and Alice weren't any better. They stood there and said Lotus, Lotus, Lotus for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Noah resisted the urge to laugh, coughed dryly, and pretended to be serious as he spoke. All right, stop talking about Lotus. The one in front of you is the real, strongest sword dancer, Lotus Asubble. That's just someone calling me that. Lotus replied indifferently. Her gaze swept over Claire, Linley, and Alice's group, pausing the longest on Claire. In the end, her gaze stopped on Frianna, and she said this. Long time no see, Your Highness. Hearing this, Frianna finally reacted. You? Frianna asked with uncertainty. Are you really Lotus Asubble? I don't think there's any benefit in pretending to be me here. Lotus looked straight at Frianna, and her voice became somewhat low. I'm really sorry about what happened 3 years ago. Hearing this, Frianna seemed to have confirmed Lotus's identity, and her expression became complicated. There was excitement. There was excitement. There was resentment. There was blame. In short, there was everything. What's wrong? Noah asked curiously. Do you really know each other? 3 years ago, when I was still participating in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, I met Princess Frianna, who came to watch the Elven Sword Dance Festival as a VIP in the Elven Forest of the Elemental Elf Realm, Lotus said. At that time, Princess Frianna accidentally entered the Elemental Elf Forest alone and was attacked by elves. I happened to save her. Undoubtedly, at that time, you promised me that you would meet me again after the Elemental Sword Dance Festival. Frianna pouted as if she was throwing a tantrum. I've been waiting for you, but in the end, you didn't come. I'm sorry. Lotus was silent for a while and finally squeezed out this sentence. It's not that I didn't want to go, and it's not that I don't remember. It's just that after the Elemental Sword Dance Festival ended, I was teleported out of the Elemental Elf world and couldn't rush over. Teleported out of the Elemental Elf world? Frianna was stunned. What do you mean? I can't tell you the details. Lotus closed her eyes. In short, I'm the one who didn't keep my promise, so it's natural for you to hate me. It's not to the extent that I hate you. Frianna said awkwardly. I'm just a little angry, a little. I'm sorry. Lotus could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Claire, Linley, and Alice finally reacted from the shock of the person they were looking forward to suddenly appearing in front of them. Without any hesitation, the three girls no longer cared about being in contact with Noah. They rushed to Noah's side and squeezed their delicate bodies into Noah's body. What's going on? Claire deliberately lowered her voice, but she couldn't hide the trace of panic in her voice. Why would the strongest sword dancer appear here? And it seems like you brought her in, right? Linley looked at Noah with resentment and even tears in her eyes. Claire and the others came so early today, I didn't even have time to clean the room. What if they saw something strange? Don't you have a bad relationship with Lady Lotus Asubble? Alice glared at Noah. So the so-called bad relationship is to the extent that you can bring her into the room? It was no wonder that Claire, Linley, and Alice had such a big reaction. Lotus was the person these girls looked forward to the most. Now, the object of their dreams had appeared in front of these young girls. How could these young girls not have such a big reaction? What's more, the last time Lotus came to Alicia Elven Academy, she came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Therefore, in the eyes of these girls, it was more inconceivable than anything that a high and mighty idol like Lotus would suddenly come into close contact with them. Can you all calm down first? Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, let Lotus explain it to you first. After saying that, Noah looked at Lotus. Lotus nodded and looked around at the group of girls. There's something I want to ask for your help with. Claire, Lindley, Fana, and Alice looked at each other in dismay once again. Impossible. Alice took a step forward and shouted at Lotus in agitation. How could Big Sister Versilia know how to use incantations? Alice, Claire, and Lindley were both shocked and hurriedly pulled Alice back. Calm down. Only then did Alice realize that she was yelling at the person she yearned for the most. She immediately panicked. Sorry. It's fine. Lotus shook her head and said to Alice. Like I said, I'm not sure whether Versilia Eva has the incantation rune or not, but one of my acquaintances told me that Versilia Eva seems to have been in contact with people from the Skeleton Alliance. Hearing this news, everyone present fell silent. The so-called Skeleton Alliance was actually an underground organization that conducted all kinds of illegal transactions and research. This organization's influence covered almost the entire continent and could be seen in every country. One of the trades and research conducted by this illegal underground organization was the transplanting and research of spell engravings. If Versilia had come into contact with people from the Skeleton Alliance, then it was possible that she had transplanted incantations. Your sister seems to have an overly strong obsession with me. Lotus stared at Alice. If it was because of me that she was implanted with the spell rune, then I have to take responsibility for it. But, Alice said softly. Elder sister shouldn't have touched things like incantations and engravings. When she said this, even Alice's tone wasn't very certain. After all, Alice was very clear about Versilia's obsession with Lotus. There was no way to eliminate this possibility. The most important thing now is to confirm it. Lotus said sincerely. So, I hope you can help me. Chapter 1002. Hearing Lotus's words, whether it was Claire, Lindley, Fana, or Alice, they all fell silent. Versilia Eva Faringelto. Although this girl's reputation wasn't as resounding as Lotus, she was still very famous in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. No matter what, Versilia was an elf envoy who had once stepped onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. To be able to step onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, which was the largest ceremony in the world, was enough to prove how outstanding Versilia was as an elf envoy. To put it bluntly, in the entire Austro-Hungarian Empire, there was almost no elf envoy under the age of 20 who could match Versilia. Otherwise, Versilia wouldn't have been taken in as the adopted daughter of the Duke of Frengalto due to her exceptional talent and strength as an elven envoy. She even became a candidate for one of the 12 Knights 3 years ago. If Versilia hadn't met Lotus in the preliminary round, then with her strength at that time, she would have definitely been able to squeeze into the top 4. Now, 3 years had passed, and Versilia was definitely stronger than before. She had even become the strongest elven envoy in the Elven Academy. She had the ability to single-handedly defeat demonkin elves without taking any damage. If Versilia had only obtained this strength after using a spell engraving, then wouldn't many people be disappointed? This was especially true for Alice. However, as Versilia's younger sister, Alice was the first to speak. Understand, I will assist you. Everyone turned to look at Alice in shock. In response, Alice only bit her lip. If it was the Versilia of the past, then she definitely wouldn't have touched a spell engraving. However, ever since she was defeated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, Versilia completely changed. She became cold and ruthless and pursued power without regard for anything else. It's not strange at all that such a sister would use a spell engraving. Hearing this, Lotus lowered her eyes and spoke softly. My apologies. No, that's not your fault. Alice shook her head. You are merely following the rules of the Elven Sword Dance to defeat your opponent. There is nothing wrong with that. His words elicited a reaction from Lotus. You're wrong. Lotus looked directly at Alice. If Versilia really went astray because she lost to me, then that's fine. But I reckon that if Versilia didn't even hesitate to get her hands on the spell engraving just to defeat me, then it must be because of my mistake 3 years ago. Mistake. The group of young ladies were perplexed. Only Noah remembered Lotus's words. 3 years ago, in order to fulfill my wish, I blindly defeated all the enemies in front of me. In the end, I didn't even remember their names, appearances, or even their identities. Lotus closed her eyes. 3 years ago, in my eyes, other than my own wish, there was nothing else, including Versilia. If there was a reason why she didn't hesitate to transplant the spell engraving, then it must be because of my disdain and contempt, right? The group of young ladies was speechless. So, if Versilia really did transplant the spell engraving, then I will personally end this grudge. Lotus opened her eyes and looked at the group of young ladies. Because of this, I returned here. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Since Alice has decided to help, what about you all? Noah changed the topic as if he wanted to disperse the oppressive atmosphere. Claire, Lindley, and Fianna, do you all plan to interfere? Claire, Lindley, and Fianna pondered for a moment before looking up. Versilia is the strongest elf user in this academy. If we plan to enter the Elven Sword Dance Festival, we will have to deal with her sooner or later, Claire said hesitantly. In that case, it might be a good thing to get in touch with Versilia earlier. If there's anything I could do to help, please don't hesitate to ask me. Lynn Siley smiled naturally. Helping people in trouble is the duty of nobles. As the eldest daughter of the Lorenfrost family, I can't just sit by and do nothing. I really want to help. Fianna's eyes flashed with uncertain emotions. In the end, a bitter expression appeared on her face. But can I really help? Fianna's words startled everyone present, including Noah. What did she mean by that? Only Lotus seemed to have thought of something and looked at Fianna. Good, I also think it's time to have a good talk with you. This time, it was Fianna's turn to be startled. Without giving Fianna a chance to react, Lotus stood up and said to everyone present, I'll leave Versilia's matter to you for now. As for Princess Fianna, I'll be borrowing her for now. After that, Lien picked up the helmet of invisibility and glanced at Noah. I'll be borrowing this helmet of invisibility for now. Leaving these words behind, Lotus reached out her hand and grabbed Fianna's hand, who was still in a daze. She then walked out of the room and disappeared from the scene. Claire, Lindley, and Alice could only watch as Lotus swiftly took Fianna away. Noah watched as Lotus and Fianna left. After a while, he curled his lips and said, She really threw away this burden without hesitation. Although that was what he said, Noah could understand Lotus's actions. 3 years ago, Rin had a relationship with Fianna. Perhaps, compared to the people here, Lotus knew better about the treatment Fianna received after she became the lost elf concubine, and the reason why she refused to become one. In that case, it might be a good thing for Lotus to talk to Fianna alone. Since that's the case, we'll be in charge of confirming whether or not Versilia has the inscription. Noah looked at Claire's group of 3. Let's discuss what to do first. Claire, Lindley, and Alice all nodded their heads heavily. However, at this moment, 2 panicked footsteps sounded from outside the door, attracting the attention of Noah and the others. Not long after, 2 elven messengers wearing the standard equipment of the Wind King Knight Legion appeared outside the door, panting heavily. They shouted at Alice, Commander, not good. Lady Versilia went to the headquarters of the Wind King Knight Legion to poach people. What? Alice was speechless. Alessia Elven Academy, on a spacious road. With Alice in the lead, Noah, Claire, Lindley, and the 2 members of the Wind King Knight Legion rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Apart from Noah, Claire, and Lindley, the others more or less had some anxiety on their faces. As the group of people ran, a temple-like building appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That was the headquarters of the Wind King Knight Legion. However, at this moment, the door of the headquarters of the Wind King Knight Legion was wide open. Noah, who had the best eyesight, could see it clearly. In the headquarters of the Wind King Knight Legion, A group of elves wearing the standard equipment of the Wind King Knight Legion were surrounding a person. It was a young girl wearing light armor that emphasized agility and a cape. Alice, who had rushed into the headquarters of the Wind King Knight Legion, stopped and shouted at the same time. "Sister!" His words were met with Versilia's cold glare. "You're too slow, Alice." Alice ignored Versilia's sarcasm and stared at Versilia. "Sister, what are you planning to do? What are you planning to do?" Versilia said emotionlessly. "Although it's a headache for me to have overly weak teammates, the Elven Sword Dance Festival requires a team of 5 people to participate, so I can't do anything about it. However, I also don't want to randomly gather a group of useless trash. For this reason, I need to poach people from the Wind King Knight Legion, a group that only elves with some ability can join. Do I need to explain such a clear situation to you?" Chapter 1003. Poach People. After hearing Versilia's words, not only did Alice's beautiful face sink completely, but the surrounding members of the Wind King Knights also exchanged glances with one another. From a practical point of view, Versilia's actions could be considered efficient. After all, just as Versilia said, because of the need to maintain law and order in the Elven Academy and even the Academy City, only Elven users with outstanding abilities could join the Wind King Knights. Elven users with no abilities could not join the Wind King Knights. From this point of view, Versilia poaching people from the Wind King Knights was indeed efficient. However, Versilia was planning to poach someone from Alice's territory. She wanted to poach people around her younger sister. Claire was speechless in disgust. She actually caused such trouble for her younger sister. There really is such an elder sister in this world. Oh? Versilia seemed to have heard Claire's words. She glanced at Claire and sneered. "I really hope you can say this to your elder sister, the sister of the elf concubine of Calamity." Claire was furious. Just as she was about to step forward, she was stopped by Linley. "You can even poach people so openly?" Lynn Slay suddenly smiled. "It seems that you lost to the strongest sword dancer, not only in terms of power, but also in terms of character." Character? Versilia looked at Lynn Slay with a cold gaze. "That kind of thing is not worth mentioning in front of the strongest power." "Sister, are you serious about this?" Alice's face darkened. "If a person only has power and no character, then how is he different from a thug? But if you don't have power, you can't even be a thug." Versilia's gaze became sharp and looked directly at Noah. "Great power can attract and plunder everything. Alice, didn't you gather around that male elven user because he has power comparable to Renasubble? Elder sister, you..." Alice's expression changed abruptly. Versilia's words could not be said to be wrong. In the beginning, Alice only treated Noah as a heretic who could bring chaos to the Academy and had always been wary of Noah as an uneasy factor. It was only until Noah saved Alice from the magical beast with his outstanding strength and performed a wonderful sword dance with Run that Alice began to change her view of Noah. However, Alice definitely did not gather around Noah because of his strength. As for why, from the very beginning, before Noah displayed his strength, Alice had already had a lot of contact with Noah, didn't she? In other words, strictly speaking, Versilia's words could be seen as slandering Alice. Claire couldn't help but speak. "Is this how you think of your younger sister?" "I'm just stating the facts," Versilia said matter-of-factly. "Even if you're an elven messenger, your strength will be powerless in the face of powerful strength. If you think I'm wrong, then how about using strength to convince me?" After saying that, Versilia slowly raised a hand, and a shocking amount of divine might gathered in her hand. "The weak don't even have the right to speak. If you want me, the strong, to listen to you, at least try to withstand an attack of this level." When these words came out of Versilia's mouth, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, the astonishing amount of divine power that had gathered in Versilia's hand was suddenly released. 1. Under the support of the astonishing divine power, a substantial shockwave suddenly swept out in all directions like a violent gale, and without the slightest warning, the shockwave spread out. Dong! The violent shock wave shook the surroundings and caused the entire headquarters of the Wind King Knights to rumble. Ah! The Wind King Knights surrounding Versilia were blown away by the sudden shock wave before they could react. Amid screams, they were like kites with a broken string, either crashing into walls or smashing into the ground, emitting bitter groans. In an instant, the entire headquarters of the Wind King Knights was filled with sand and dust, and the marble floor was completely shattered. With Versilia as the center, a large crater was blown out by the substantial shockwave. If there was an elven messenger with good eyesight, they would definitely be able to discover it. This substantial shockwave attack was shockingly an earth elemental elven magic. Versilia released such an astonishingly powerful earth attribute elven magic in a short instant without chanting an incantation. And it was this elven magic that didn't even chant an incantation that resulted in almost no one in the Wind King Knights that gathered the elites of the Elven Academy being able to dodge or block it. Versilia's strength could be seen at a glance. After an unknown amount of time, Versilia, who was standing in the center of the large crater, raised her brows and cast her gaze forward. In front of her, at the center of the dense sand and dust, Claire, Lindsley, and Alice raised their heads with palpitations. In front of the three girls, a figure appeared out of nowhere. With his back facing them, he extended a hand and pointed it in Versilia's direction. Although I knew that if it was you, you should be able to deal with this level of attack, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Versilia narrowed her eyes. As expected of a sword dance expert who can compete with Rendezvous. But how did you block my elven magic? Versilia couldn't be blamed for having such doubts. This was because Noah, who stood in front of Claire, Lindsley, and Alice, didn't use any elven magic or elven equipment. He didn't even release any divine energy fluctuations. He just stood there and extended a hand in Versilia's direction. Just like that, the elven magic that attacked Noah disappeared without a trace the moment it touched Noah's outstretched hand. How could Versilia not be suspicious of this? Unfortunately, Noah didn't have the leisure to explain things to this person who had already been blinded by power. Thus, looking at Versilia's ice-cold expression, Noah said this sarcastically. Strength of the same weight is powerless in the face of great power. Didn't you say this? Versilia's gaze instantly turned cold. So you're saying that in your opinion, my strength is of the same weight? It's not to the extent of being of the same weight, Noah said with a calm expression. It's just that I've never felt that you were that strong, the strongest elven user in the academy. Noah's words finally made Versilia smile. That smile was colder than any of Versilia's previous expressions. Very good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting. Versilia slowly walked forward, her gaze and expression terrifyingly cold. Since you've said so, then let me see if you have the ability to speak such arrogant words. In the next instant, a blinding light burst out from Versilia's body, accompanied by a wave of divine energy that surged out like a tide, spreading in all directions. Originally, I planned to settle this during the team competition, but now, it seems like I'll have to change my plans a little. From the dazzling light, Versilia's cold voice echoed. You're too much of an eyesore. Male elven user, disappear here. As soon as he finished speaking, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. A crimson fortress covered in composite mesh appeared before everyone's eyes, equipped with black cannons that suddenly pointed at Noah. Let's see how weak your strength is. Chapter 1004. Let's see how weak you are. When Versilia's cold and emotionless voice sounded from the crimson composite mecha, the chilling black cannons aimed at Noah exploded with flashes of light. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the chaotic and loud sounds of cannon fire, scorching cannon fire shot out from the black cannons and transformed into flashes of light. Like meteorites rubbing against the atmosphere, they enveloped Noah. The barrage of cannon fire that enveloped Noah like a storm wasn't elven magic, but an attack from Versilia's elven device. Facing such a fierce barrage, Even Noah wouldn't use his body to block it. Seeing the continuous barrage of cannon fire, Noah's figure trembled slightly and suddenly retreated. Bang! The rain-like cannon fire fell directly on the ground where Noah was originally standing. Instead of hitting Noah, they hit the ground and blasted the ground, setting off intense flames. Fortunately, before that, Claire, Lindley, and Alice finally reacted and hurriedly retreated. Otherwise, the girls who were supposed to be behind Noah would have been hit by the cannons as well. In other words, Versilia didn't care about Claire, Lindsley, or even her adopted sister Alice. She didn't show any mercy and launched an all-out barrage of cannon fire. At this moment, Versilia didn't care about Claire, Lindsley, or Alice at all. Just like 3 years ago, when she faced Lotus in the preliminary round of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Lotus didn't care about Versilia at all. Did you dodge my cannon fire? In the fortress covered by the crimson composite mecha, Versilia spoke indifferently. Then try an undodgeable cannon fire. The black cannons equipped on the composite mech instantly pointed at the retreating Noah amidst the mechanical sounds. The cannons flashed like fireworks once again. Bang, 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 bang. Along with the sound of cannon fire, the cannons that were like real missiles shot directly in the direction of the retreating Noah. Their field of vision had long been covered by the earth-shattering cannon fire. However, Noah's footsteps didn't have the slightest bit of disorder. His figure flashed and dodged to the side. Whoosh! However, the missile-like bombardment directly changed direction in midair and continued to chase after Noah amidst the sharp sound of breaking through the air. Noah was a little surprised when he saw this. However, his footsteps were still as steady as before. He was as agile as an agile monkey as he repeatedly moved on the ground. Each time, he was able to narrowly dodge the fierce cannon attack. Claire, Lindsley, and Alice, who had retreated to the side, were all shocked when they saw Noah playing with the cannons. "No," Alice said anxiously. "If this continues, Noah will definitely be hit by Sister's cannons." While Alice was extremely anxious, Claire and Lindsley, whose teamwork with Noah had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time, realized something. No, Noah is deliberately not making a move. Claire was the first to realize Noah's intention. He wants to use this opportunity to test Versilia and find out if there are any traces of spell engraving on her body. No, not only that. Lindsley realized Noah's other intention. Noah is deliberately stalling for time so that we can take care of the wounded around us. After hearing Lindsley's words, Alice remembered that there were still members of the Wind King Knights who had been sent flying by Versilia's elven magic. At the same time, Noah, who was being chased by the cannons with tracking abilities, directly flashed out of the headquarters of the Wind King Knights and retreated outside, confirming Lindsley's words. "Want to escape?" Versilia's cold voice sounded again. "I won't let you escape." Behind the fortress covered in a crimson composite mech, a jet of light burst out, causing the fortress that looked like a mechanical giant to float in the air. With a thrust, it flew out of the headquarters of the Wind King Knights amidst an ear-piercing sound. Alice almost wanted to chase after it out of reflex. However, before she could move, Claire and Lindsley each grabbed one of Alice's hands. "Don't chase." Claire stared at Alice. "The difference in strength between us and those two is too great. Instead of chasing after them, it's better to hand Versilia over to Noah. Our mission is to take care of the wounded here and inform the Academy while we're at it." Even Lindsley analyzed calmly, which was rare for her. "Don't forget, you're also the commander of the Wind King Knights." Alice's expression became uncertain. After a while, she nodded unwillingly. "Show." Cannons that were like missiles suddenly flashed through the air, circling around the horizon, and immediately shot towards the retreating Noah. "Let's see how you're going to escape now." In the air, Versilia, who was covered by the crimson mechanical giant, let out a cold shout. Cannons were aimed at Noah below, causing circles of flashes. Amidst the chaotic sounds of cannons, fierce cannons rained down from the sky, pouring down on Noah below. There were countless missiles chasing after him. Above his head, there were fierce cannons pouring down like raindrops. This scene, no matter how one looked at it, there was no room for escape. However, Noah's expression was still calm. He didn't even look at the cannons raining down on him. Instead, he looked around, without knowing when Noah came to a very vast atrium. After leaving the headquarters of the Wind King Knights, Noah led Versilia all the way here. There weren't any students around. In here, Noah didn't have to worry about the consequences and showed some of his skills. Looking up at the Crimson Fortress hovering in midair, a glint flashed in Noah's eyes. A short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. "Please, Aster." As if in response to Noah's voice, Aster's young and clear voice sounded in Noah's mind. "I'm your sword. Everything is as you wish." A steady stream of divine might energy suddenly poured into the small steel sword from Noah's hand. Clank! Dazzling white light burst out from the short sword that Aster had transformed into and gradually stretched out. Finally, it turned into a silver holy sword shining with silver light. Shio! The pursuing missiles and cannons raining down on Noah instantly surrounded him from all directions and mercilessly fell on him. However, the moment the cannons landed on Noah's body, the brilliant light on the holy sword in Noah's hand suddenly soared to the extreme. Absolute sword skill. Form 3 Shadow Moon Dance. The holy sword that was blooming with brilliant white light suddenly turned into a ray of moonlight. Like a round moon that suddenly appeared, with Noah as the center, it drew a perfect arc in the air. Clank! Amidst the resounding sword hum, the fierce bombardment that came from all directions was neatly cut in half by the moon-like sword light, exploding into pieces. Bang! Scorching flames surged up. What? Versilia, who clearly saw Noah's sword shatter all the cannons, exclaimed in shock. However, at this moment, the flames below suddenly twisted. A black shadow shot out from the flames and rushed into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards the Crimson Fortress that was suspended in midair. That's... Versilia's pupils shrank. Versilia couldn't be more familiar with this move. This was because 3 years ago, during the preliminary round of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Versilia had been defeated by the strongest sword dancer at the start of the competition. This sword was called Absolute Sword Skill. Form 1 Purple Lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot directly into the sky. With a terrifying speed that even Versilia couldn't dodge in time, it instantly arrived in front of the Crimson Mech. Chapter 1005. Like a flash of lightning, the spikes blasted towards the Crimson Fortress, which couldn't evade in time, and was akin to a mechanical giant. Clang! When the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in the air, and dazzling sparks exploded in the air, a burst of powerful shockwaves spread out from the point of collision, spreading in all directions. After stabbing Versilia with violet lightning, Noah's figure slowly floated down from the sky. Following the gravity, he steadily landed on the ground. On the other hand, the mechanical giant-like dark red fortress was directly hit and fell from the air. Like a kite with a broken string, it fiercely smashed to the ground, stirring up a burst of sand and gravel. Obviously, Versilia did not miss out on the attack just now and took it all. Even if in the eyes of others, Noah's attack was simply like a small human challenging a giant that covered the sky and gave people a feeling of overestimation. In fact, Noah's strength was superior. In terms of sword dance, Noah, who had learned the absolute sword skill, which was known as the strongest sword dance in the world, was naturally not weaker than Versilia. In terms of elves, although Versilia had also formed a contract with a sealed elf, Noah's Aster was not only the highest level elf, but also the strongest existence among sword elves. In addition, Noah also had a LV, for ability that the elves in this world could not have. With the blessing of LV, for he could already match the physical strength of Hercules in this world in the form of a servant. Naturally, Noah was much stronger than Versilia. Versilia was unable to dodge this attack and took it head-on. It was natural for her to end up like this, holding the highest level elven equipment, the holy sword. Noah looked ahead, looking into the thick sand and dust. Come out. I should have shown mercy in that attack just now. The sand and dust in the air stagnated for a moment, then suddenly shook open, revealing the compound dark red fortress standing on the ground. Taking a closer look, there was a shocking mark on the chest of the compound dark red fortress that looked like a mechanical giant. However, this mark not only did not make the dark red giant look embarrassed, but it also made a fierce aura pervade its body. 3 years ago, I was defeated by this move. Who would have thought that 3 years later, I would actually experience this move again under such circumstances? The rumors are indeed true. You and Liena Subble have the exact same sword dance technique, and the power you display is definitely not below her 3 years ago. Versilia's indifferent voice was full of anger. However, I don't need you to show mercy. Versilia's elven device vibrated violently, causing the crimson mecha giant to swell up a lot. You have the same sword dance skill as Liena Subble, and your strength is no less than Liena Subble's 3 years ago. As long as I can defeat you, I can defeat Liena Subble. Versilia's voice echoed in the surroundings. I'm no longer the same as 3 years ago. I won't be defeated by Liena Subble's sword dance. Give it your all, Noah Doria. At this moment, Versilia finally stopped addressing Noah as a male elven user. This also meant that Versilia was finally getting serious. I'll defeat you. I must defeat you. Noah didn't know if it was an illusion. Noah felt that Versilia's voice seemed to be a little crazy. If I don't do this, then it's meaningless. The godly might energy surging around the Crimson Mecha Giant increased exponentially, causing the Crimson Mecha Giant's ruthless aura to become more and more berserk. Then 2 sharp spikes suddenly popped out from the dark red giant's shoulders and madly rotated like a drill. Pum! A burst of red light vibrated from the back of Versilia's elven equipment and turned into a complete propulsion force, making the dark red giant look like a charging tank, madly rushing towards Noah. Suddenly, wherever the dark red giant went, the stone tiles on the ground would shatter, revealing the soil. The pair of madly rotating sharp spikes carried blazing heat, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. It ruthlessly pierced towards Noah. Looking at the dark red giant charging towards him, Noah's eyes flashed, and the holy sword in his hand shook, bringing a burst of bright light. Boom! In the next instant, the bright holy sword and the blazing sharp spikes fiercely collided, causing a shocking shock wave, and a thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. A violent divine power energy fluctuation mixed with a violent impact burst out from the center of the impact, shaking the entire area. Gee! And in the center of the impact, Noah was confronting the dark red giant that was 2 or 3 times taller than him. The holy sword in his hand surged with a bright white light, fiercely rubbing against the sharp spikes that fell heavily on the sword, bursting out bursts of sparks and impact, causing the ground to begin to crack. This confrontation didn't last long. Crack! At some point, a cracking sound rang out from the crimson mecha giant's body. That was the sound of the sharp spikes falling on the holy sword cracking. Versilia's expression changed. Sorry, my Aster is the strongest sword spirit. Even if King Solomon's 72 pillar spirits were added together, they wouldn't be enough. Through the bursting sparks and impact, Noah sneered. Not to mention your seal spirit. As soon as his voice fell, Noah instilled even more violent divine power into the holy sword. In an instant, Noah and Aster's divine power converged on the body of the shining holy sword. Along with the soaring radiance, it transformed into a substantial impact that shook the body of the crimson mecha giant. Boom! In the loud muffled sound, the dark red giant was directly shaken back. Its heavy footsteps landed on the ground, and each step crushed the stone tiles on the ground. It didn't stop until it retreated a distance of more than 10 steps. Google! Within the dark red giant, Versilia's depressed voice came out. Even Versilia, who was in her mecha-like elven device, was injured by the shockwave. What's wrong? Noah raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed it at Versilia, mocking her. This is your power? No wonder Renasubble could effortlessly defeat you. After saying that, Noah didn't give Versilia a chance to react. His feet moved, and his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In a flash, he appeared in front of Versilia, who was covered by the dark red giant. The holy sword in his hand swung in a terrifying arc, mixed with the terrifying sound of wind breaking, and mercilessly slashed at Versilia. It seemed that Versilia still hadn't recovered from the previous blow. The operation of her divine power began to slow and stagnate. In addition to the previous lesson, facing Noah's merciless attack, she no longer dared to meet him head-on. At that moment, Versilia could only try her best to control her elven magic device. The heavy mecha giant hurriedly flashed and dodged the holy sword in a wretched manner. Almost at the same time, Noah suddenly turned around and suddenly kicked in the direction of Versilia, who was dodging in a pitiful manner. Dodging Noah's previous attack had already exhausted Versilia's mental and physical strength. Now, she naturally couldn't dodge this sudden kick. She could only watch as the whip-like kick heavily bombarded the dark red giant's chest. Bang! In a heart-wrenching sound, the dark red giant, who was 2 to 3 times taller than Noah, was directly kicked away. Chapter 1006. Bang! The attack carried a terrifying force and directly exploded on the chest of Versilia's magic mecha armor, causing a heart-wrenching sound and a shockwave. Bang! Under the direct impact of the terrifying power, the chest armor of the Crimson Giant, which was covered in a thick composite mech, was blasted apart, turning into fragments that scattered on the ground. Versilia only felt a powerful shockwave that shook her body. Then, she completely lost her ability to resist. Like a rubber ball that was kicked away, she flew backward along with the heavy armor and crashed to the ground with a sharp gust of wind. Thick sand and dust rose from the center of the heavy mecha armor like smoke. The ground that was directly hit by the crimson mecha armor cracked inch by inch and scraped out a layer of soil. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Versilia violently coughed a few times and tightly clenched her teeth. Damn! Because the breastplate of the elf magic mech had been destroyed by Noah's kick, Versilia, who was lying inside the mech, was also revealed. Versilia didn't care about this at all. She endured the severe pain and raised her head with difficulty. In front of Versilia's eyes, Noah, who was holding the demon slayer, slowly walked towards Versilia with powerful steps. Because the divine power surging around Noah was too dense, it was like a layer of phosphorescent light film that covered Noah's body. As for the demon slayer in Noah's hand, it was still emitting a dazzling light due to the fact that it had been infused with a sufficient amount of divine power. At this time, Versilia felt a suffocating pressure from the man in front of her. This kind of suffocating pressure, Versilia had only felt it from 2 people so far. One was called the strongest sword dancer by the world, Lotus. The other was called the strongest elf user by the world, Greyvoss. Noah was the 3rd person. This also proved that Noah was an existence that could be compared to the first 2. In fact, it might even be above that. Versilia could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Noah's body. Recalling that Noah had used the same ultimate sword technique as Lotus, she felt a dark emotion welling up in her heart. Could it be that she was defeated by that sword dance again, without any power to fight back? No. Versilia used her terrifying willpower to support her body. She controlled the broken mecha and stood up shakily. I have become stronger. Compared to 3 years ago, Versilia had indeed become stronger. And a lot stronger. After all, 3 years ago, Versilia was defeated by Lotus's ultimate sword technique in 1 strike. Today, although Noah did not take long to defeat Versilia, and the whole process did not take more than 5 strikes, it was still much better than being defeated in 1 strike. However, Versilia remembered it clearly. At the beginning, if Noah had not deliberately held back, then with the initial form of the ultimate sword technique called purple lightning, Versilia might have been defeated by the same strike at the same moment under the same circumstances. How could Versilia let go of this? In order to defeat Lotus, I sacrificed so much. Versilia stared at Noah. How can I lose before I even meet Rendezvous? 3 years ago, the battle with Lotus completely changed Versilia's life. Until that day, Versilia had always boasted of being the strongest knight and was full of confidence in herself. That was to be expected. As a descendant of a lower noble family that declined after the Lombard War, Versilia not only relied on her excellent elven trainer to tame the sealed spirits that normal elven trainers could not touch, but she was also adopted by the military rulers of the Kingdom of Osea, the Duke of Frangelto's family. At the age of 15, she stepped onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival and obtained the qualifications to be one of the 12 knights. In the entire kingdom, how many people could achieve such a result? They could probably be counted on one hand, right? Thus, Versilia carried this confidence and stepped onto the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, vowing to become the champion of the festival. However, this confidence was crushed in the first match of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Lotus was not only younger than Versilia at that time, she was also a newcomer with no reputation. In the end, facing such an opponent, Versilia still lost, even after using all her strength. At that time, Versilia still had not buried her obsession with Lotus. Because compared to the spectators who were captivated by Lotus's beautiful sword dance, Versilia, who was in close contact with Lotus's sword dance, felt a stronger sense of longing and respect for her than the average person. In other words, like Claire, Lindley, and Alice, Versilia was also captivated by Lotus sword dance. However, with such longing and respect, Versilia saw the eyes of the strongest sword dancer girl. In the girl's deep eyes, there was no enmity towards Versilia, nor was there any pity for her. There was no trace of disdain for this weak opponent. Instead, there was no feeling at all. In the eyes of the strongest sword dancer, Versilia did not exist at all. From that moment on, Versilia was captivated by her obsession. She had to make the strongest sword dancer acknowledge her. For this, she would do anything. Even if it was the power of something dirty in the past, it was the same. Can't lose. Versilia controlled the wobbly mecha giant and stumbled in front of Noah. She struggled to reach out her armored arm and grabbed Noah's collar. Only you, who possess a sword dance that even moves my heart, can absolutely not lose. Noah did not resist and let Versilia grab his collar. He looked at Versilia with pity in his eyes. It's time for you to wake up. Noah reached out and tightly grabbed the armored arm that was grabbing his collar. He slowly pried it away, but his eyes did not leave Versilia's pale face. Because of your obsession, you pursue power, but because of your obsession, you neglect everything else and become a captive of power. What is the meaning of your life like this? You're saying that this is meaningless. Versilia glared at Noah. What do you understand? What do you know? That's right. I don't understand what you're thinking. Noah glanced at Versilia. But I know that if you just want Leanna Subble to acknowledge you, then you can't do it now. You? Versilia's pretty face twisted in agitation. At this moment, Versilia's face froze. Goo! Without any warning, Versilia suddenly grabbed her heart and laid on the ground. Her face was filled with extreme pain. The sudden pain caused Versilia's tattered elven magic armor to explode and disappear into the air. The divine might around her went berserk and began to become chaotic. Ugh! Not long after, Versilia clutched her heart and screamed in pain. Seeing this, Noah frowned. What's wrong with you? Ignoring Noah, Versilia endured the pain, propped herself up, and rushed into the bushes. Noah's frown deepened. Just as he was about to chase after her, chaotic footsteps sounded in the distance. Noah, Claire, Lindley, and Alice brought many people and rushed in the direction of Noah. Noah could only look in the direction where Versilia disappeared. His eyes began to show some thoughts. Chapter 1007. In Alicia Elven Academy, students were prohibited from fighting among themselves. Whether it was Noah or Versilia, they were the most famous people in Alicia Elven Academy. Therefore, the conflict between Noah and Versilia and the fact that they started a fight in the academy caused a huge uproar in no time and spread throughout the entire academy. As the dean, Gray and Vath were the first to receive the news. Originally, as long as the Wind King Knights set out, they would be able to solve this kind of private fight immediately. However, this time, the two parties involved in the fight were not people that the Zephyr Knights could stop. Therefore, as expected, Noah was called to the office by Gray and Vath almost immediately. "What's going on?" Gray and Vath crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Noah, who was standing in front of the desk. Although there was no dissatisfaction in her tone, it was full of doubts. "Why did you suddenly start a fight with Versilia in the academy?" Gray and Vath believed that she had a good eye for people. Gray and Vath could see that although Noah could not be said to be a well-behaved person, if no one provoked him, he would not do anything that gave others a headache. Otherwise, with Noah's strength, the Alicia Elven Academy would have been turned upside down by him. Basically, as long as nothing happened, Noah would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore, even Gray and Vath were very surprised by Noah's sudden conflict with Versilia. In this regard, Noah just shook his head. "Don't look at me. Although I want to accompany you to the end, the main problem is still with Versilia. As for the reason, you should be able to guess it, right? You're trying to shirk all responsibility, aren't you?" Gravath pushed up the small glasses on her face and said, "It's Liena Subble, right?" Noah nodded, which made Gray and Vath sigh. As expected, Versilia has her eyes on you. Gray and Vath naturally knew about Versilia's obsession with Lien. When they received the news that Versilia had rushed back to the academy overnight because of Lien, Gray and Vath had already expected it. Noah's relationship with Lien would definitely make Versilia target Noah. Today's conflict was actually within Gray and Vath's expectations. However, Gray and Vath did not expect this conflict to come so quickly. Of course, as Noah said, although most of the reasons for his conflict with Versilia were because of Versilia, it was also because Noah was willing to accompany him to the end. Otherwise, Noah would not have openly provoked Versilia in the Wind King Knights. Let me make it clear first. The commotion caused by you and Versilia is enough for the academy to punish you, Gray and Vath said with some displeasure. If I didn't step in to suppress it, you and Versilia's ranking points might have been deducted. Noah shrugged with a do-whatever-you-want look, which made Gray and Vath even more displeased. Forget it. Both you and Versilia will be the trump cards of the Osea Empire in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Everyone will choose to turn a blind eye to your personal conflict. Gray and Vath glanced at Noah. However, before the Elven Sword Dance Festival starts, it's best not to cause any more trouble. The academy is already chaotic enough. What's wrong? Noah sharply sensed that something was wrong from Gray and Vath's words. Did something else happen in the academy? To be precise, something happened in the academy city. Gray and Vath snorted. Recently, some shady rats seem to have snuck into the academy city. You should understand if they say it's the Skeleton Alliance. Hearing Gray and Vath's words, Noah's mind couldn't help but become active. The Skeleton Alliance. Noah had only heard this term from Lotus recently. The Skeleton Alliance was originally an underground organization that specialized in doing shady business. Now that the Elven Sword Dance Festival was about to start, this underground organization would definitely take this opportunity to contact many elves who wanted to participate in the festival but were unable to do so. For example, they would induce the elves who wanted to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival to undergo the transplanting of spells and engravings. Sneaking into the academy city of the Alicia Elven Academy was probably for this purpose. However, Lotus had also said that Versilia had contacted the Skeleton Alliance before. When Versilia rushed back to the academy, the Skeleton Alliance had snuck into the academy city again. Was there a connection between the two? After coming out of the dean's office, Noah went directly to the Crow class dormitory and returned to Linslay's room. As soon as he opened the door, Noah saw Claire and Lindsley. Even Lotus was there. Claire and Lindsley stood up at the same time and looked at Noah. "How is it?" Claire asked anxiously. "The dean doesn't plan to punish you, right? Although, strictly speaking, it was that fortress girl who attacked you first, and you could only be considered self-defense. There are many higher-ups in the academy who have expectations for Versilia." Lindsley raised her beautiful eyebrows. "If I don't handle this well, my team's ranking might be lowered and even disqualified from the Elven Sword Dance Festival, right? It's not as serious as you think." Noah couldn't help but laugh. "Gray and Vath also want to see me appear in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. They won't let me be disqualified." After saying this, Noah looked around and then looked at Claire. "Where's Alice?" "She's in the Night Corps," Claire said. "Alice is dealing with such a big matter in the Night Corps." "Then what about Fana?" Noah looked at Lotus and asked in confusion. "Didn't you take Fana away? I'll have Lestia accompany her." Lotus gave a concise explanation. "There are some problems with the princess contract." After saying this, Lotus didn't explain further. However, Noah, Claire, and Lindsley all understood what Lotus meant. Perhaps the princess contract was the root cause of Fana becoming a lost elven concubine. Lotus seemed to have known about this long ago, so she wanted to help Fana. "I heard you had a conflict with Versilia, Eva." Lotus looked straight at Noah and asked, "What? Did you find anything?" Although there were all kinds of effects of incantations, they were still artificial spells that affected elves. If Versilia really did transplant the incantations, then they might be able to find something during battle. With this goal in mind, coupled with Versilia's arrogance, Noah deliberately stood out to provoke and test Versilia. "Versilia is indeed a bit strange." Noah touched his chin and said, "Although it's a bit strange for me to say this, Versilia's divine might seems to be a bit abnormal. Generally speaking, the higher the level and power of the elven device, the more divine might it would consume when using it. Versilia's elves were sealed elves, and the power of the elven device was even greater. After a round of bombardment, even the strongest building wouldn't be able to withstand 2 to 3 seconds of bombardment. With such a powerful elven device, just using it would consume a lot of divine might. From Noah's point of view, ordinary elves would have to lie down after using Versilia's elven device for less than 30 seconds. However, Versilia continued to use the elven magic device without restraint. Even during the battle, the divine aura didn't show any signs of depletion. For an elven user, this was indeed a bit abnormal. I don't know how much Versilia's god's aura is left, but during the fight with me, Versilia's god's aura was at its peak. There was no sign of it being drained. Noah recalled Versilia's abnormal behavior. Also, in the end, something seemed to have happened to Versilia's body. She seemed to be in great pain. Pain? Lotus's brows furrowed. Chapter 1008. The two suspicious points that Noah had discovered might prove that Versilia had transplanted the rune seal into her body. After all, just like what Noah said, it was impossible for Versilia's divine aura to not consume a large amount of energy while using the elven equipment of that level. Under such circumstances, not only did Versilia use the elven device without restraint, but her divine aura was also at its peak. That was a little abnormal. Not everyone could be like Noah, who had an energy source that could store unlimited amounts of energy. However, if Versilia had implanted a rune that could greatly amplify the effects of divine might, then this matter would become possible. Of course, this couldn't directly prove that Versilia had transplanted the rune, but as a point of suspicion, it was enough. Secondly, the abnormality of Versilia's body that Noah mentioned at the end was also a little suspicious. One had to know that transplanting the rune wasn't without a price. This thing was similar to Aster, which could be said to be exchanging one's life in exchange for great power. During the Lambard War, the existence of the rune had caused countless elves to die from the horrifying side effects. It was very inhumane. If Versilia had really transplanted the rune, then bearing the side effects of a rune would naturally cause abnormalities in her body. These 2 points were enough to prove that Versilia was the one who had transplanted the incantation into her body. In addition, Versilia had been in contact with the people of the Skeleton Alliance before. No one would believe that Versilia had transplanted the spell seal on herself. Lotus lowered her head, the light in her eyes flickering. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Noah. In other words, you also think that Versilia might have transplanted the rune? At most, it is only a possibility, Noah said straightforwardly. My position is only to assist you. Now, I have told you my judgment. It is up to you to decide how to deal with Versilia's matter. Lien nodded nonchalantly and turned around to look out the window. Sensing that Lotus' mood had been affected, Claire and Linley both chose to remain silent, giving Lotus precious quiet time. Looking at Lotus with her back facing him, Noah nodded in his heart. This girl's life had changed because of the world fragment. Not only did she inherit the power of the Dark Elf King that she shouldn't have inherited, she was also raised as an assassination tool by the Academy when she was young. Noah had heard of it before. When the Institute of Education nurtured assassins, the first thing they did was to erase the assassin's will and emotions, annihilate their humanity, and turn them into mere tools. After coming out from such a place, not only did Lotus not lose her humanity, but she even wanted to settle things with Versilia for her past mistakes. This was enough to prove that Lotus had a good heart. However, if Versilia really transplanted the incantation because of Lotus, then Noah really couldn't intervene. No, it should be said that he couldn't interfere. This was something that was destined to be solved by Lotus herself. All Noah could do was to help. Help this girl whose life and fate had been changed by the world fragment, and who had a faint relationship with him. It had been about 20 days since he came to this world. In another 10 days or so, Noah's authority would also be released. Although there was no opponent that required Noah to use his authority to deal with, it was still better to be able to use all of his power. Not long after, the curtain of night quietly fell. During the day, the elven forest was filled with a holy and lively aura. But at night, the elven forest would become a gloomy ghost land with vile elves everywhere. It was very dangerous. But at this time, Versilia was running in the elven forest that was shrouded in darkness. Goo. One of his hands clutched his heart tightly, as if he was trying to pull it out of his chest, and he kept exerting force. As Versilia staggered forward, her expression was distorted by the intense pain from her heart. If someone could hear Versilia's heartbeat, they would be surprised to find that Versilia's heartbeat was abnormally fast. Her heart was beating wildly. It was this beating heart that brought indescribable pain to Versilia. Goo! Ugh! Versilia wanted to suppress the pain, but she was tormented by the pain and could only groan in pain. Versilia originally thought that she had already gotten used to this heart. But now, it seemed that Versilia wasn't completely used to this heart. It was just that the heart had been hiding for a long time, as if it was looking for a moment of exhaustion. Now, after being defeated by Noah, Versilia, whose body and mind had suffered a blow, welcomed the eruption of the hidden danger in her body. An uncontrollable pain and impulse surged in her body. It was a pitch-black impulse that wanted to lead Versilia's soul to depravity. This impulse made Versilia want to destroy everything in front of her, but she forcefully suppressed it with her last bit of willpower. I can't. Versilia suppressed the dark emotions in her heart and the impulse to destroy everything. Her face was pale as she clenched her teeth and persevered. I can't lose here. With the last shred of determination, Versilia moved forward again, trying her best to move forward. Her vision was blurry due to the intense pain. Her body and mind were under an unimaginable burden. However, Versilia still squeezed out the last bit of her will and staggered forward, until a flirtatious laughter came from Versilia's surroundings. Seems like you're almost at your limit. Hearing this voice, Versilia stopped in her tracks and looked at the bushes beside her. Finally willing to show yourself? After hearing Versilia's words, The seductive voice came again. What? Are you looking for me? In the bushes, a figure quietly appeared. It was a woman with long, wavy emerald hair and a tall, slim figure. She looked extremely seductive. The woman was around 20 to 30 years old. Her ears were pointy, just like the elves that Noah saw in the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon. Of course, the woman was not an elf in the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon. However, she had a close relationship with the elves in this world. It was said that in the ancient mythological era, there was a demi-human race that came from the elemental realm to the human world. Their unique feature was their long, pointy ears. This demi-human race was called the Elfie race. The woman was from the Elfie race. Other than that, the woman had another identity. Vivian Melosa. Versilia endured the intense pain in her heart and stared at the Elfie race named Vivian. Cunning merchant of the Skeleton Alliance, you really came to Elven Academy. Vivian Melosa was a merchant of the Skeleton Alliance that specialized in selling spell engravings. However, being a merchant was at most Vivian's side job. Vivian's real job was to study spell engravings. In the past, not only did she work as a lecturer in the Imperial Research Institute of the Austrian Empire, she was also a pioneer in spell engravings. Due to the end of the Lambar War, spell engravings were banned and Vivian was chased out of the Research Institute. After that, she wandered around various organizations and continued to study spell engravings without sleep or rest. In the end, she joined the Skeleton Alliance. To Vivian, who specialized in researching runes, Aletheia Elven Academy, a place where the best magi of the Empire gathered, was undoubtedly the best laboratory. Here, not only could Vivian easily find those which priests who thirsted for power and came from prestigious families, she could sell their spell armor engravings and obtain research funds. She could also observe the elves who had transplanted their spell armor engravings to obtain research materials and continue to improve her own creations. Versilia was one of Vivian's customers. At the same time, she was Vivian's guinea pig. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.